shatter. Let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%.
Right now with Hydra building up to this Bear Barrage so quickly.
Oh!
And asking!
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact se escucha de abajo gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go, figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting till it's for sure lost. Winnable! Get their way into contenders here, both at the bottom of Group A standings.
Right. I mean, 2 teams that really need to start turning it around today. This game needs to be the moment for both of them. But of course, one of them will walk away a little more dejected than the other. It's a battle of 0-2s. Nocturnal is up by a map. That said, that could make for a pretty interesting game, or we could get shades of Uprising Academy's parent team. We could get a Trials toilet bowl here if we're not careful. I'm very curious to see what happens.
Yeah, so the schedule for this, of course, at least for today, on this part of the stream, you're going to, of course, have Nocturnal versus Uprising Academy. After this is done, we will do Triumph versus Cratos. So that game will be next here on this stream. There's also, of course, Cyan Esports versus Linares as the other game for today. And then you have, of course, 2 more days left before we finish things up. And we get to go to Busan for our first map here. Thibault as the choice between Nocturnal and Uprising Academy. And for both of these teams, they both have known players, I think is the one thing to be pointed out.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, for this point, 2 or 3 years, some of them. There's also Aztac, who played for WGS before. I believe he's on loan or was transferred to Uprising Academy. So an interesting collection of players for Uprising Academy. Meanwhile, Nocturnal have been moving their way up through the Tier 3 scene and floating around this Trials level for months at this point. So very curious to see how they go as they start trying to get their way back up into Contenders.
Yeah, so both teams very, very much want to get to that point, and we get to go to Mecha Base for our first map to determine who's going to be able to dig their way out of the bottom and really give themselves an opportunity in these final 2 days to make it. Uprising, our team, of course, in that green, and then it will be Nocturnal in the white as they both come out here with very similar comps.
Certain. Yeah, I mean, this is bog standard, I would say, at this point. It's just a matter of who can execute their combos in the mirror.
Well, right now, neither team is able to get a foothold just yet. Tap, though, starting out very well for Uprising Academy. And now the dynamite over the top from Wayfast. They will get control of this high ground, which will lead to them getting the point.
See, I think at this point in this meta, I use big air quotes there, we're at a level that we reached when we were in GOATS, where if one player dies, it's very easy to start snowballing. That's mitigated a bit by the clutch factor from these type of DPS rather than DPS Brigida, the Tracer Eraser. Mm-hmm. But it means that when a hero dies, you can expect generally for a fight to be pretty much over, barring some crazy circumstances.
Well, Zemrit going to start this off on the retake for Nocturnal. You lose all the healing from the Baptiste, and the Blade already coming out to try and get control of this point any early from Anhu. Didn't get a whole heck of a lot with the Blade, but it does enough for them to get this and take it away from Uprising Academy, who got to 27%.
And I think that Blade was actually useful because it ends the fight definitively. A lot of times on Control, if you win a fight by just a single pick, the other team will just start to stall out on point, start juking and jiving and dodging and rolling and stuff like that. But that fight secures it very quickly. So instead of 40 or 50%, Uprising Academy just have 27 as this next fight starts.
They have Blade of their own that they can use to try and win this fight. They're going to lead in with the Gravitic Flux of Fall slams down players. Nobody falling just yet. Sirius is getting a little bit close. Tap pulls the Blade out, but can't actually swing on to that front line. Make sure to stay alive, though, is the important thing. Immortality field out, and the rally's going to be answered on either side. Much later, one coming out from Huck. Sirius throwing players down, but it's not going to be enough from Uprising Academy. They're going to have to regroup.
Ooh, a couple picks there, and it pulls out the Bob as Anhu pulls out the Blade as well. Again, just to try and make sure they definitively win that fight. I don't know about that Blade, but it's not like Tap did much better on his. That and the Flux from False did not really get much value at the start of the fight, and it wasn't a definitive enough win by taking down Lanathan to really try and make any progress onto the point. So, Nocturnal hold.
Hold at least for the moment. Tap trying to build up to that second Blade. Wayfast getting extremely low. Has the Bob available. Superchargers used by both of these teams. Nocturnal still maintaining that high ground control. 80% that they've built up to now. False in with the help of the Bob. Gravitic Flux, and they will be able to take this back. Get to about 90% for Nocturnal.
Much greater cleanup there. I think they did a good job of withstanding the damage boost coming out from Nocturnal from that supercharger. Just actually maintaining their spot on the low ground and using the cover of the pillars and the doorways to mitigate most of the effectiveness of that ultimate. Then they turn around, just some quick cleanup thanks to a dynamite and some good shots from Tap and Crandop, and they've taken back the point. That said, it's one fight territory for Nocturnal, so they have to be very careful.
Extremely careful, especially when you have to try and come through, if you're Nocturnal, into that window that comes out from the Baptiste and in Aztec. So now they decide to move over towards the high ground. Immortality field is out, so Nocturnal can get aggressive as a result with their own Immortality field. But Tap is ready with the Blade, slicing through, Wayfast following up, and it will be Uprising Academy evening things out as far as the percentage.
I respect what Sirius and Lanathan were trying to do with that engagement there. Push up, use their shields comboed together with the kinetic grasps just to make sure that Lanathan could actually get some space. But the healers weren't able to really come around at that point, and Tap saw that separation and called it out very well. Great punish from them.
Very good punishment coming here from Uprising Academy 2, getting in front of the amplification matrix. Wayfast punches Anhu using the Blade, and Uprising Academy keeping themselves ahead in this final fight. Have to deal with these last two players left. Gravitic Flux pulling them up. They don't have the Immortality field anymore. Wayfast throws out the Bob, and now you have players trying to stream back in, but it's Uprising Academy taking advantage and winning Mecha Base to give themselves a 1-0 lead. And one thing I want to point out here is it says Huck. Is that actually Huck playing is the one thing I want to know.
You mean Boston Uprising president of gaming, Chris Huck Loringer, former StarCraft 2 pro? No, I don't think it's him.
But it says Huck. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, but Ball's name is Tractor Kid 69. Are you going to call him Tractor Kid 69? We call him Ball. That's not Huck.
True.
As funny as that would be, and trust me, I would love to see Huck go through the ringer that is the path to pro. I don't think that's him.
I mean, is it Dredro? Like, that's what I don't know.
I believe it is Dredro. Yes, I'm sure he's just being a little funny with his name. I didn't see anything from their Twitter announcing that they had converted their president of gaming to a main support player. I'm gonna have to guess that it's Dredro. But it's funny.
A pinch, though, you know.
Sure. I mean, yeah, he could probably ring. Like the StarCraft 2 experience might convert over to Brig. I never played any StarCraft. I have nothing for this one. But like, you know, if they're truly desperate, that seems like a Boston move through and through. So you never know.
One thing we do know is that Tap is looking to flank on this Tracer as we are on Sanctuary at this point, looking for that Widowmaker, and Zemrit gets a little bit of damage on, has to be careful. Now we'll just spray towards that front line and just still poking and prodding. Control over to Uprising Academy at the beginning.
I mean, just good passive positioning there from Uprising Academy, just taking up on point and then making sure that your flankers really corral them into that room with the drum. The other room with the drum, not the point with the drum.
So now they get corralled onto the point, and Wayfast makes his presence known on the flank, taking out his counterpart in Zemrit, which will allow for Tap to more freely play on the point, but goes right in, blinking into Anhu's Pulse Bomb. There's a chance to turn this around for Nocturnal now, and that's exactly what they do.
I believe the industry term for that one is a big unlucky. That's really the only way I can describe that, man. I mean, well-placed Pulse Bomb from Anhu there. You know, just stick the thing that's biggest that people want to center themselves around. And then, yeah, you might get lucky with an unlucky blink. Now, though, I mean, 3 ultimates coming out for Uprising Academy. It's no stretch to say that they could come out and really make something happen. I'm looking for a rally to engage and maybe a combo between the Flux and the Pulse Bomb. We see that in Owl sometimes. I'm curious to see if Uprising Academy can execute.
Well, they're getting in place. The Halt comes out. Didn't see the Pulse Bomb come right away, but Tap did throw it. So you do end up trying to get that out. You at least get some damage forward, and Immortality Field is already gone. Uprising Academy can just clean up now, as this is their fight to lose.
Certainly. And I believe the Gravitic Flux from Sirius was actually canceled somehow. I didn't quite see how, but we take those if you're Uprising Academy. Now they're using the Supercharger to try and clean up this fight, as Nox gets a cleanup kill on Pulse.
It's not working out very well either. Nocturnal fighting back into this fight, and Control stayed for Nocturnal that entire time, Thibble.
Yeah, and what I noticed from Uprising Academy, I was talking about that ult combo. They were not able to execute that. Tap came out with the Pulse Bomb just onto the Orisa, but with Fortify and some good healing, you can just eat a Pulse Bomb as Orisa. It's like a nice apple for your horse. And then False came out with a Gravitic Flux, but didn't really get anything either, which is a shame because they completely canceled Sirius's Flux. So they had an opening there with an ult advantage, but weren't really able to take advantage of it.
So now you've got to try and come back on without those ultimates, and Anhu is already making Tap pay on the flank. And now you have the backline doing enough damage for Nocturnal, making this look very much like we're going to go to a third and final point to find our victor. Sirius just forcing away False, who can do nothing but watch as the point goes over to Nocturnal and evens things up 1-1.
That was in slow-mo, but I still want to appreciate Zemrit's little fadeaway headshot there. The little dink. That's so satisfying. Shout out to the sound design team. I think that last fight, man, was really just outmatched in the 1v1. Bodied in the neutral, as they say. Ultimately, Tap got the edge onto Anhu, and then PG1 went down after that. And like I said, on Mechabase, this meta can make it very easy to start snowballing fights. So with not much else to use to recontest in those last seconds, Nocturnal, you know, that fight just kind of shook out the way it shook out. Now we're getting on to downtown, and I'm curious to see if there are any extra wrinkles.
Well, both teams, of course, going to use Symmetra teleporters to get out faster. And the wrinkles are there are none. It's the same.
It is smooth, like our brains.
Very smooth. That is for sure, but that's okay because there's very wrinkled brains on both of these teams fighting for this final point to determine who's going to win our first map. Lots of players colliding right now in the middle of the map. Immortality Field gone for Uprising Academy. Trying to get aggressive with it was Nocturnal, but that aggression does not pay off. It instead goes in favor of Uprising Academy, who will get the first take here on downtown.
Great value out of the dynamite from Wayfast. Poor Nox was just standing over on the stairs, like, please, I'm going to burn to death. I burned to death. And PG1 couldn't do anything because he had to focus all his healing on his front line. So great split off and great damage across the board from Uprising Academy to take that first point. Now they have a rally, a window, and a blade, and a flux coming up as well. They're well ahead in ults. They should hold for at least one more fight, depending on how conservative they are.
Well, the blade coming out, not being conservative with that at all is Tap, who just slices through everyone on Nocturnal.
I think a rally blade there is a great combo, and now they have 4 more ultimates coming online, assuming Wayfast can build his Bob. That said, Nocturnal could be looking for a Super Blade or a Rally Blade or all three to try and cap this point. They are burning valuable time, and this is the last stage of Busan. They really need to make sure that they smoke them if they got them, you know? So I'm looking to see how they get value out of Anhu's Blade on this fight.
Gravitic Flux is what they're going to have to try and wait to just stay alive through in order to have Anhu's Blade work. They lose Nox, so they're going to just have to back away for Nocturnal.
Good on them, though, to not use anything. I say that as Anhu pulls out the Blade and Sirius get the first pick.
They stopped backing up. It looked like they were just going to wait for their team to get full strength, but they come back in. The Blade of Anhu at least gets one. Zemrit follows it up afterwards, but they're still not winning this fight. They rally in now that Nox is back. Krandop is the target that they're looking for. They are now moving over to point. They have the advantage.
I mean, certainly ambitious. I can't fault them for wanting to try something like that. A quick re-engage that actually proved to be very valuable for them. In addition, they hardly used anything there. They only rallied and bladed, and the rally came in later in the fight. So they'll at least hold on to a little bit of that armor on Nox for a second. The early death on Olanatan was a bit rough, but he managed to get back in time, and now they have the point. It is one fight territory for Uprising Academy, and they're building up to a few ultimates themselves. But I think if Nocturnal are really careful with how they spend theirs in these next fights, or get great value off a pickup from Zemrit or Anhu, and we could be looking at a closer match than the first few fights have shown us.
They also had this stagger that came through onto Aztec, but now they've got the Bob from Wayfast on the point. Bob v. Bob tried to knock the Bob off. It actually worked with the coach gun, so doesn't matter what the Bobs do from there. The point has been flipped over to Uprising Academy, and now Nocturnal has to expend resources to come and take this back.
I mean, they still win the fight and they still flip the point, but that extra 10% could be pretty killer. That's an overtime situation that they might have wanted to have back. Now a Blade, a Flux, and Bolts of Port Ultimates coming online for Uprising Academy, and the only thing that can really stop them at this point would be a really good Blade from Anhu. So look for them to try and combo a halt or an accretion with that Blade to get a little extra value, and to try and pull out the Immortality Field before activating the Blade.
They use the Amplification Matrix first to try and get that out. Now it's the Gravitic Flux. Doesn't hit anything, but they still were able to do enough. The Immortality Field was so late from Nocturnal that Uprising Academy just cleans that fight up and wins it, and now should have the chance to win this. Can anyone get back for Nocturnal?
Lanatan onto the Wrecking Ball.
And not able to get there at all. So it is going to be a 1-0 lead for Uprising Academy. And if it is Huck, well, not too bad of a look with him in Contenders.
President of Gaming. I suppose even Brigitte falls under that. He gets to play the game, no less.
But I think it's kind of, yeah. I don't know if it doesn't really work, though, in Contenders trials with the client that they use. But
right.
It's just funny that it was Huck was the one that they showed, who we think is Dredro. We don't know. Apparently, I'm pretty sure it is, too. There was a tweet, though, that said that they were
going to unveil their secret weapon, right? Or was
it was Krandop saying that we're subbing in the president. So listen, they could just be memeing on us, but if they are, it's a good meme. Like for team that's 0-2 right now. What's that?
Yeah, what else? I'll allow it. You know, when you're, like you said, when we're at 0-2, what else are you gonna do? Bring in the big guns.
Bring in the Prez. You know, bring in. I mean, Huck is, whoever is playing as Huck in the game right now is also the lobby leader too. So like, has the crown and everything. Is the president of this game that we're in. But
he pulls rank.
So Uprising Academy, though, with this 1-0 lead, Thibble, as far as what we've seen here, Junkertown is where we're going. You really can kind of see the same composition that has kind of become so prevalent right now can be played there as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It definitely suits a map like Junkertown. Both of these teams already have shown us that they're not afraid to swap to some Widowmakers, so I expect that 100%, at least in the first section of the map. Though it can be used throughout if you're careful. What I'm curious about, though, is to see the 1v1 versus Tap and Anhu. It was very back and forth, but Tap, I think, was getting a little more value out of his Dragon Blades. I would say, though, that that's almost actually because they are negating PG1's immortality fields more effectively than Aztecs are being mitigated. Because once that's gone, there's nothing stopping your Genji from turning you into a plate of sashimi, which they really don't want. That's kind of
Yeah.
worst case scenario for most teams, I would say.
Not good. Definitely not good. Anhu did win the Tracer battle, though. You
That
think
is
about
true.
Sanctuary. Like
Mhm.
Anhu was able to get a lot of value out of the pulse bombs compared to Tap, and then won the 1v1 versus Tap on the flank one time too. That was in a pivotal fight. So, like, maybe Anhu's just got to play the Tracer instead. Like, we've seen some teams in the Overwatch League decide to just forget the Genji and play the Tracer. Is that an option for them?
My team is one of them. Yaki's Tracer is real good,
Pretty
and we
cool.
like pulling them out. But I mean, like you said, will we see Tracer? And will we see Tracer on a map like Junkertown, where verticality is not a huge thing, but it's something? Even so, it's a matter. I agree that the 1v1 was much different on Tracer versus on Genji. I just don't know if we'll see it given the geometry of Junkertown. That said, we could see a bunch of other weird picks. We could see some Sombra or some Junkrat. There have been very occasional glimmers of that sort of thing happening. So I'm curious to see if either team tries to pull that out as a desperation play. Remember, both of these teams are 0-2. They need to make something happen today.
It's always in the back pocket. But to your team, by the way, Yaki's also pretty darn good at Genji. Just gonna throw that out there.
The thing is that he's our best Genji and our best Tracer.
Yes.
So we kind of have to get a little creative with our strategies. And I'm not tapped in on most of those meetings. And by that, I mean all of those meetings, because I just make tweets and they don't want me inadvertently leaking anything if I happen to say, go on broadcast for Contenders trials or something. So yeah, suffice to say, we get a little creative with it, but ultimately I think it's working out for us so far. These teams, I know I'm contractually obligated to say that we can't talk about what an attacking team is setting up, but please give me Tap Junkrat. That would be fun. No, go back. Go back.
You shouldn't have said anything, because then maybe you would have gotten it.
Yeah, they heard me.
They heard you. But we're seeing for Nocturnal defensively, I mean,
this is what we expected.
This is what we expect.
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Yeah, this one is bog standard as we go. Let's see what Wayfast can do. I'm curious to see if he gets some angles against all these shields as they move through this first section.
Well, looking right now, Zemrit is actually just backing up. They're actually giving a lot of space here for Uprising Academy. Nobody really looking to be too aggressive. They're going to wait until the cart comes around this next corner before they get aggressive for Uprising Academy. Krandop will be happy to take that space with the cart, though, and just continue to move it forward. So Nocturnal, they have a chance here, but now in comes the halt. Not going to get a lot, but Zemrit still will get way fast. So Uprising Academy, they are losing out a little bit. Nocturnal looking pretty good.
I mean, Zemrit knew, as we saw him backing away with his grappling hook and everything, they knew they were going to take that fight at that corner. So why not set up all the way back there on that high ground, almost to the first checkpoint, and get yourself as big a sightline as possible? And it paid off.
Not paying off here, though. Falls is able to get the Brigitte and Nox down. So Uprising Academy creating an advantage for themselves. Huck getting involved, too. Very low players in PG1, and Huck just continuing to swing through, and who we believe is Huck.
He's almost up to a rally here. This is a missed opportunity because they're not playing Protect the President. I'm upset. I'm very mad. That said, they're probably not, because they have this first checkpoint and they have 4, almost 5 ultimates coming online. They should be able to roll through at least this first half of Street Space pretty easy. You can see Nocturnal setting up on that first roundabout. But even the high ground might not be enough to save them from a good blade or a window and a supercharger, or any of those put together. So look for a very high-powered Genji to come through on this next fight.
Anhu is really close to getting Blade 2. Tap will win that war as far as getting there first. Halt Accretion Rock in through the amplification matrix. Players will just back away. Nocturnal conceding so much space. Now they start to get aggressive with their own amplification matrix, trying to pull those players in, but they're able to hide underneath, and Wayfast is still able to get a headshot on Anhu. Will counter back and get out Wayfast, so you lose some of that pressure, but the Dragon Blades will be free to go, especially with no Anhu, and Tap winning this fight for Uprising Academy, and the cart will continue to coast on.
Yeah, good on Anhu for getting the kill onto Wayfast, but good on Aztec. He jumped right back into that building and said, "You're not getting away, dude. I have a gun. I might be a healer." You know that meme with the guy in the lab coat, and he's like, "I might be a healer, but," and he's cocking a gun. That's Aztec in that situation. He totally nailed down that flank. A little too late because Wayfast died, but at that point they had won the fight. So you take those. Good disengage, I would say, though, from Nocturnal to deny value from Aztec's amplification matrix at the start of that fight. PG1 got slightly better value as he started to pull his out, but then Wayfast got the pick, and at that point the fight was pretty much over.
And PG1 is not actually a support player on this Nocturnal team. Is actually
He's an
tank
off-tank.
player.
Yeah,
Off-tank specifically. So not doing too bad on the support role. When you have a player who can't play because of whatever it might be, when you can do that, it's always good for a team. And when you're Tap and you have a Widowmaker who uses infrared sight to show you where everyone is, you can sneak around and get your team a huge advantage as they are strolling through 4 minutes, 20 seconds, just passing by, and they're almost done with the map.
Uprising Academy has such great cleanup value. They really know as soon as there's blood in the water, they're on it. They have great focus fire as soon as they get a target down, either from Tap or Wayfast or anyone else, or if they see someone out of position, they all swivel their heads as one, like a pack of possessed owls or something. And it's very satisfying to see because these fights end like that.
And they avoid the gravitic flux, so they make an ultimate get no value, and then they whip shot Anhu to keep themselves in front for the advantage. Huck on this front line stalling onto this Orisa, who goes into her gold form just to try and stay up, using that fortify. Ball's just throwing those hyperspheres in, and the follow-up damage onto it, and Tap gets the blade out too, and it's a triple kill with it. They are going to have a lot of time on the clock when they complete this map.
Yeah, 3 minutes 15-ish it's looking like. Wow, that is quite the time bank here on Junkertown. A lot of stuff going on in that fight. Ultimately, I'm going to call out two things, one good, one bad. I would say that Wayfast was getting tremendous value on the Widow all the way through that map. Not a lot of pressure put on him. Consistently kind of just getting the better of Zemret in those 1v1s, except that first pick, which was very clean. Oh, we have a pause. All good.
Gives you more time to talk about
time to talk. Yeah. Boy, howdy. Joke's on you guys. I'm going to transition to talking about the cookbook I'm writing. No, I'm just kidding. I would say, so Wayfast was getting great value all through the map as Widowmaker, which is not easy to do. I don't think enough pressure was put on him overall, but ultimately I think that was generally because the front line was a little too distracted to really give him, to give Zemret or Anhu, I would say, the support they needed. And Tap was doing a really good job of putting pressure on the supports. So it was kind of like a rock, paper, scissors trifecta situation.
Pick your poison sort of thing.
Right, yeah, damned if you do, damned if you don't, all the way through. I would also say Sirius's fluxes have not impressed me. I don't know, man. Maybe stick to providing in-car radio services or something, because wow, that melody is not singing to me. I don't know what it is. Some of them have been canceled, and that's just good play on Uprising Academy's part. There's nothing you can do. Well, there is, but that's a little nebulous. And then I just think he needs to be more careful about when to use it, and he has to be careful about where he positions himself. When you're using it, you can fly. Take that advantage. Use cover more effectively, because if you are stunned or hacked if there's a Sombra, or if you just straight up die, you're losing a tremendous ultimate, and that can be comboed with so many things. And I feel like he's just kind of throwing it out there, and Uprising Academy is just like, oh, cool. And then they kill him. And that's pretty, it's not very conducive to winning a team fight. Yeah. So it looks like we have one person restarting, right?
Especially because False is getting value from gravitic fluxes and everything.
Yes.
And it feels like maybe Lenathan and Sirius maybe haven't been on the same page as when to use that, because I haven't seen, at least on Junkertown. I know there was a couple times on Control where they did have the halt gravitic flux for Nocturnal,
Right.
but here on Junkertown, the couple of fluxes that we've had already, there hasn't been that halt with it. So that makes it a little bit more difficult to kind of get those players in too. But I mean, Nocturnal's not out of this, right? Like, they now have the chance to go on the attack. they can now try and match this pace from Uprising Academy. It's definitely going to be tough, though. I mean, 3 minutes and 14 seconds on Junkertown is actually pretty nutty.
It's pretty big. Yeah. But I mean, hey, we've seen plenty of like 6 to 7 Junkertowns, some ridiculously long, drawn out sort of games where both teams just don't play defense, only play offense. That could totally happen here. We have no idea. The game's not even going right now.
Right.
That said, I think that's a fantastic point, though. I think the front line for Nocturnal really needs to sync up a little better than they are, because the big thing about Sigma's kit and the way it's currently utilized hinges so heavily on combos, especially with Orisa, which is why Sigma Orisa is a thing, is because Halt is this stupid broken ability that pulls everybody together, and Gravitic Flux is this stupid broken ability that lifts everybody up after they've been pulled together. So you really need to get value out of that, because it's such a broken combo and it wins you fights. And that's not even talking about accretion combos or anything else like that. Like, just that ult with Halt combo wins or loses fights for you. And those last couple fights where those combos didn't go off were the reason that Nocturnal is in the position they're in, and the reason Uprising Academy has the time bank they have.
Yeah. Halt's still kind of a strong ability. One of the strongest in the game still, right? Like that hasn't changed, right?
It's basically a graviton surge every 8 seconds. No big deal, but useful, I would say. Situationally useful.
Yes.
There's a lot to look at as we potentially get back into game. Looks like we're getting back into game.
Yeah.
I would hope both of these teams have talked a bit, especially Nocturnal, while one of their players was restarting, just to kind of be like, let's take a quick reset here, focus up on the things we really want to be executing on. Let's get these combos down. Let's get pressure onto the DPS line and make sure Wayfast can't just pop our heads off every 15 seconds. There are specific focus areas where if Nocturnal improves, this becomes a very close game. If they can talk that out, you're good.
Yeah. The one thing here, though, when you talk about Wayfast and the Widowmaker, Wayfast is a Widowmaker. There are few Widowmakers that are better than Wayfast. When all of my time and seeing Wayfast play, the things that stick out most in my mind are the nutty plays that Wayfast has been able to do on this character. So it's a really tall task for Zemrit, who a good Widow in their own right, but that's how good Wayfast has always been, and it's such a young player too, only 18.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this is really a specialist plying his craft here on a map that favors him and a map that he knows very well. So Zemrit's definitely punching above his weight a little bit, but there's no reason to say he couldn't pull that out if he gets the right support from his team and he plays smart.
Yeah. In a game like Overwatch, it's not ever really a 1v1. And when you get the Baptiste and Aztec at the beginning like that, you've now just created maybe an even bigger time bank going in, but then Anhu dies. So now you've evened things back out a little bit because you lose that pressure from the Genji. And now we're just in a weird game state.
Yeah, I mean, the respawns will still favor... Great combo there. See, there we go. The respawns will favor Nocturnal overall, but the picks that Uprising Academy are getting are definitely going to force them all the way back. Anhu had a great initial pick there, took great advantage, I think, of just Uprising Academy not expecting that kind of aggression, but they were so quick to punish that in that small mega health pack room on the right, and then they were just able to walk back forward.
So we just got word, thanks to our great production staff here at Elo Hell, that it is Carter who is playing as Huck. It's something that's approved too, so everything is good. The name is obviously a meme. But what's not a meme is Wayfast on Widowmaker, getting Anhu to give Uprising Academy an advantage once again, and Tap with the dash through to continue pushing forward for Uprising.
Tap is doing here what Wayfast was able to do on Uprising Academy's attack round, just holding the flank and really not being contested. Whoa, okay, Anhu, we take those. That's a way to get back into this fight.
Yes, and then you just decide to pop the blade too, get halted into a player in Carter who's playing as Huck, and Anhu now will have Nocturnal moving towards those doors.
I mean, great job from Anhu to know that Huck, God, the names, they're all bounced around in my... Good job on Anhu to know that the Brigida was outside the range of Aztec's immortality field. He could get a quick early kill, a very impactful kill, because Brigida is still broken after all these years, and then use that advantage to start snowballing that fight and cap the first point. Uprising Academy, though, have been able to set up on this high ground and are setting up pretty far forward, so we might see an early recontest as Wayfast gets another.
It's so beneficial to have that early, and of course, it's just, you know, Wayfast starting a fight off, not a surprise, like that we expect to have happen, but having that early hold like this is so beneficial here on streets.
Yeah, I mean, this high ground is so key, and this is not an angle often taken by defending teams. So it'll give Nocturnal a bit of pause. They're going to have to figure out how they want to approach this. They're opening up with a window here.
Opening up with them on either side for the amplification matrix. Then the immortality field doesn't quite capture everyone in it, so a lot of damage coming through. Tap is down too. Zemrit will pop and get that infrared sight, get a little bit better view, gets a headshot onto Krandop, but his team on the ground still winning the battle, even if he's not fully getting those headshots onto everyone. They still move through streets phase.
I will call out a good call out here. I think the tank line from Nocturnal are doing a much better job at comboing their ultimates, or at the very least communicating halts and trying to get something out of them. There was a halt that pulled False back into line of sight. He was using cover on that high ground, and they almost got the accretion. I think they just barely missed, or it got shielded or something like that. So they are working on that, and this is a much cleaner offense than I would say their defense was overall.
They still are in the trouble where they're probably going to have a smaller time. They do get the bash onto Anhu using that blade, but he's still able to slice his way through, and the supercharger follow-up damage gets Nocturnal through the streets phase and onto the final part of this Junkertown map.
So great combo from Nocturnal. They don't really have much to follow that up with, but I mean, at least they get the point and they aren't held in streets phase. I will call out, though, that Aztec he just threw down his lamp to save himself. And that worked, but then they just kind of turned around and killed everybody else on his team and then went to go get him later. So a bit of a panic play, perhaps. Ultimately, you just kind of have to take that L and move on. They have the Super Blade coming out, Uprising Academy do, so they could try and set up for an early recontest as the cart rounds this bend. But the high ground situation might make it a little more difficult. They're doing a big rotation here. Let's see if they can get any value out of it.
They will have to concede a lot of space in order to make this high ground rotation work. They are trying to take this battle up top on to that spinning tower, whatever you want to call it, the fidget spinner, whatever it is, and now they've got the Super Blade out, Dynamite in to try and get the immortality field out. They can't get enough with the blade. They at least have immortality advantage, at least for the moment.
I mean, this is pretty good for Nocturnal. Now they're coming up on a 3 or 4 ultimates, it looks like. Tap applying some pressure, though. Oh boy, that's unlucky.
Tap going to get taken down, though, in behind, a result of going in too aggressively. Wayfast with a nice coach gun play to not take that gravitic flux damage, and False will use the gravitic flux themselves and push Uprising Academy back in front. But now the blade comes out from Anhu, one down already, and Carter swinging through, trying to find those players in behind. Wayfast has made the switch over to the Ash and is able to get Nathan down.
Wayfast has just been on immortality field duty all map long, and you can't say he's not doing a good job, because I think that's really what's enabling Tap to get value overall, like with the dash resets and everything like that. But I do think Anhu and his team also did a great job in that fight of taking down the immortality field early and getting tons of value out of their blade.
Already 2 players down on Uprising Academy. Zemrit able to just shoot freely from behind, throw those dynamites into the fight too. Bob is trying to slow things down, though, for Nocturnal. And Uprising Academy just doesn't have enough to stop. They couldn't get their players on in time. They probably still lose that anyway. They had to try and go through a supercharger, but Uprising Academy still with the better time of these 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, the time bank difference is still pretty significant. I mean, good on Uprising Academy for stalling things out. But I would say Nocturnal look much better on their attack there. They're starting to kind of pick things up, maybe warming up a bit here on Junkertown. We have to see if they can maintain that here on their next attack, where they only have 1 minute and 43 seconds.
It felt like the beginning of the map was where they had the most trouble to Thibble. Like, this was the part where they really struggled the most, and this is where they lost most of their time.
Agreed. I think they're going to have to. Well, I think a big thing is that, yeah, Anhu got that early pick to start out, like the very first pick of their attack, but then immediately got punished. And I believe Nox also got punished because he came to try and save Anhu. So maybe be a little more careful. Like, I respect the play, but understand that you don't have all the time in the world to be getting punished for plays like that. You need to be a little safer, perhaps. It'll come down. Don't die.
Respect the way fast Widow.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. I was just going to say, don't die, because, you know, every color cast needs a little John Madden analysis, just like you need to score more points than the other team to win. So just don't die as much as they do, and you may or may not win.
I like that. John Madden, like, kid who was born in the 90s, I remember the John Madden broadcasting on Sunday Night Football and Monday Night Football and everything. So, yes. Got to have a little bit of that, and Zemrit's got to have a little bit of some vision to find somebody to get a headshot onto. So far, though, Cart moving just fine. Uprising doing the same sort of setup that we saw Nocturnal do, and now they start to get aggressive after that Cart gets to the point where they want to attack. They have players on either side creating a crossfire, and wait fast, what is that shot?
Oh man, that's just disgusting. That is ugly. Shield your eyes if you're under the age of 18 on that one, please. Wow. I mean, great defense overall from Uprising Academy here. We're under 50 seconds to go. Not a lot of ultimates in the bank coming up for Nocturnal. Pretty clean next fight, I would say, for both of these teams. But Dragon Blades are coming up real quick, and those support ultimates will build fast too. So we could be seeing some fireworks here in the next 20 seconds or so, unless Zemrit or Wayfast just decide to kill somebody randomly, as they do.
Zemrit did get a little bit of damage on the tap. Has to be careful, though. Is in behind. Has to regroup with the team to get healed back up. And now try and find a new flank. Anhu getting bashed from behind. But Lenathan will be able to take out the Orisa. And now their Gravitic Flux up in the air. Pulling players in. Uprising Academy, though, it's in and a losing effort is the only problem. And now the Cart should be able to get to those doors in overtime.
Yeah, now we get into the overtime push. False got a lot of people with that flux, but ultimately PG1 was able to just keep them alive through sheer strength of cleave healing alone. Now he's got his window, and we have a blade, an Infrasight, a supercharger, a flux coming up pretty soon. Like, this is pretty stacked for Nocturnal. That said, a super blade coming out, it's almost exactly mirrored, actually, from Uprising Academy. So lots of cues to be pressed here. We just have to see who can pull it out mechanically in this mirror of comps and ultimates.
Immortality Field is going to be big then, too, to try and mitigate some of those ultimates that are going to be coming from both of these teams. Remember, there's a lot of inexperience as far as that for Nocturnal, and you're starting to see already the damage come through from the ultimates of Uprising Academy. They cleared the carts. The supercharger too much at the beginning, and Wayfast hit some shots in there. I think it was PG1 going down super early to Wayfast that helped makes that happen.
Wayfast and Aztec actually both combined for a couple kills to start that fight, and then simple enough for Tap to go in and clean up. Anhu was starting to get some value out of his blade, but when you leave the cart and everybody else on the cart dies, the round kind of ends, and then your kills don't matter so much. So, I mean, good effort, and I think even getting it that far for Nocturnal with that sort of time bank and that sort of ultimate situation, not bad. I will commend them for that. That said, now it falls on them to defend for almost twice as much time, a little over, frankly. So they're going to have to be very careful not to get picked off by Wayfast, which has been a tall order for them so far. And as you mentioned at the start of that last fight, they need to get a little more value, I think, out of their immortality fields from PG1, because that will really negate a lot of those big plays that have been coming through. And so far, both teams have been a little sloppy on that front.
And PG1, again, not the most experienced player as far as support. Not that they don't play it, but they're an off tank. So It's not the role that they're practicing. So it makes it a little bit more difficult for those expectations. But they still are in this. Like, PG1 is still competing, and I think that's one of the impressive things for Nocturnal.
Certainly. I mean, Aztec's been playing for WGS in Korea, which many regard as like the most mechanically skilled region in the world, for good reason. So the fact that he's holding his own decently well, despite normally playing Sigma for this team, is impressive. Oh, like that shot.
It doesn't matter if you're experienced or not on a hero, if you just get headshot by Wayfast just still on this Widowmaker is so much to deal with for Nocturnal.
Man, to reference both Batman and Achievement Hunter, Wayfast is basically just saying, do you know who you're stealing from? You and your friends are dead. Like, he's just ripping people's heads off. And there's really no answer. There's no like mechanical outplay that you can try and do to just overcome the fact that this Widowmaker is destroying you. You have to think about your positioning. You have to think about tap getting kills like that. I mean, it's really, really difficult when you're just not playing cautiously enough, or the Widow is playing aggressively enough to negate any defense that you might try and put up against a sniper that's just that good.
And Wayfast on that flank had tap as an escort, so you really couldn't get too aggressive onto Wayfast while Wayfast went and tried to get that pick, because you would have had to try and deal with the Genji too. And now they're already set up on the high ground, Thibble, for this final part of the map that they have to take.
Yeah, and this is not a long distance. Nocturnal setting up just in front of that box, but they need to get some value here and maybe try and pull from the high ground with their next halt, because that one didn't work. Otherwise, I mean, they're just going to get ripped apart. Tap already
Ripping through them, and now you just have to deal with the players that are on the cart. Nox evening things up, but Tap goes down. You lose out on the blade, so now you have to back away if you're Uprising Academy, but they are so close to finishing this. Nocturnal bringing this away from the jaws of defeat.
I mean, Uprising Academy were going for a split push there to try and force Nocturnal to make a decision. Do we focus low ground or high ground? Which one's going to rip us up more? They said low ground. Frankly, it was the correct answer. So cleaning up the squishies on the bottom while the tanks held the high ground and tried to like, oh, hey, look at me, worked out pretty well. Now, though, they have high ground and they're getting flanked, and we have to see if they can catch that in time.
Good use of the infrared sight to get the information of where everyone is. Less than 60 seconds left. False on the cart, gets pay dirt with the gravitic flux, and then Tap dashes through with the blade, and it's over. Uprising Academy takes a 2-0 lead.
Man, if it's not one, it's the other, right? Like every time Wayfast isn't getting 3 headshots in a fight or something, Tap is getting 4K Dragon Blades. And they just kind of go back and forth. And when you have DPS just twinned popping off like that, it's really tough to go against that sort of force. Especially when they're teaming up together, like you mentioned, you know, like if you've got a duo in your backline, each peeling for each other and keeping the enemy away from the other, your problem compounds, not by a factor of 2, but by several. So really great strategy, I think, from Uprising Academy that so far Nocturnal have just not had an answer to.
No, we've already highlighted that PG1 playing support right now is not somebody that normally plays that. So that's something that you're kind of dealing with. But like some of the things that have been happening by Uprising Academy has nothing to do with the support play at all. It's more of Wayfast is just owning right now, especially on a map where he gets to play the Widow with these long sight lines. You really get to see what he can do on a hero like that.
Right. And it frankly, that sort of play style from Tap and Wayfast would normally force out a different style of play from your support line, because they're the ones getting attacked. So they really need to like turtle back into this sort of defensive posture to handle these flankers coming at them. But that's so difficult when you have a guy on an off roll, or your front line is just taking tons and tons of damage from the opposing front line and the supports themselves. Mr. President over there in Aztec are healers, but they're no slouches in the damage department either. And this current support duo is a high damage sort of comp. So it's so difficult to balance your responsibilities of peel and keep your front line alive. And I think Uprising Academy just understand the advantage they have in that scenario and are just abusing it perfectly.
They really are. And now we go to Temple of Anubis as the next map. So this is a little bit more of a difficult sort of map to try and play the Widowmaker. Not that you can't. It's definitely possible, at least on first point. Second, it's not quite as good. But this is something where, Wayfast has been fine on the Ashe too. So if we just see full Ashe from Wayfast, it's easy to expect some good results there too.
Yeah, I think either way, he's going to be causing trouble. I mean, I think he's definitely heated up at this point. He's been playing a fantastic game. That Junkertown was a masterclass. So if he can pull off anything like that in Anubis, Nocturnal are going to have a real tough time staying in this series. But it's not impossible.
So it looks like we stayed on the same side tier 2. So looks like we're going to get ourselves an Uprising Academy attack first, and then we'll see what defensively can happen from Nocturnal. I- it's a weird spot we're in where it's been a while since we've had like one composition become so prevalent, and clearly here in trials, like teams have been very steadfast with staying with that composition and not really having too much iteration on it.
Sure. I mean, it's difficult to really practice any sort of wrinkle in a composition like this when it's so pervasive. I think that was really a compounding reason why Goat stayed around for so long, is because if you spent time trying to practice something new that might not even necessarily work, you're losing time that you could have spent practicing the air quotes good comp that wins you games. So, especially at a level like this where they don't have the money and resources and staff of a tier 1 team, it can be tremendously difficult to practice something different.
So we just got word that Dridro is in surgery. So don't know what the surgery is, but any surgery, whether it's minor or major, whatever it might be, is always something that you just hope for the best for whatever's going on with them. So we got Carter here instead, and
Rest
Carter's
well, bud.
doing well. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's been doing it's Brig, right? I think a plat player came in recently and rang on Brig for a game. Carter can do it. He's no slouch. He's been playing quite well, masquerading as Mr. President. Now, though, we have to see what this attack looks like from Uprising Academy. Get great angles coming out here from False, but Anhu is already 60% of the way to the blade.
Nice pull in for all of those spheres to get onto those players. Accretion Rock missing. Everybody staying alive, though. They start to get a little bit aggressive, but not so far yet. Good stun. False gets pushed into the corner, and Nox takes advantage of that. So Uprising Academy already down 1. They're going to pop their amplification matrix, so they're not giving up on trying to get through this part. Immortality Field is gone. Halting players in, and Wayfast hits a great dynamite to get both of the supports. And Uprising Academy now in the driver's seat.
Wow. I mean, it's tough to like pass judgment on a fight like that that's so chaotic, but I really feel that after Nox got such a great reposition to punish False, they really should have just hit the gas. They were a man up in a small room, and you're running a composition like this, and Anhu was almost all the way to a blade at that point. He has it now, as they cap B with 5.5 minutes. I don't see why they didn't just try and rush in there and overwhelm them and win that fight. That would have bought them an extra minute at least, and potentially 3 or 4. Now we're looking at a nasty snowball opportunity and a huge time bank again for Uprising Academy.
See if they can get a better time than they had on Junkertown. Definitely possible. That Bob is just running really far away. Neither Bob getting value, but False is Anhu evening things back up as the Bob actually gets into view to do a little bit of damage. Players just trading out on either side, trying to move forward as Uprising Academy. His Tap has been the one to really turn this for Uprising.
Yeah, see, Uprising Academy had a very similar situation there to what Nocturnal had in that first fight, where they were a man up and they had the chance to push the advantage. They immediately hit the gas and won the whole round because of that. I really think that was a bit of a slip from Nocturnal that they would have loved to have back. 442 is ridiculous, and Nocturnal will have to be really hurting, really shaking their heads at that one, because, man, that could have gone very differently.
It's just weird because you have like the trades happening in that second fight where it's like, okay, Nocturnal, even if they don't win initially here, they should be able to eventually come back. And they just got taken down so quickly by Tap that they just didn't have time to respond.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a shame really that Bob did not get much value. Poor guy. He put on his quarantine 15 and decided to go for a run. I get it. I've been there. But they really needed him. They really needed him to do something, and he didn't. So I think losing that little bit of extra power and that little bit of extra health pool really hurt Nocturnal. And then in general, I mean, as if we haven't said his name enough, Wayfast getting tremendous value out of his dynamites all the way through. I mean, just hitting good shots, doing what he needs to do. Tap and Crandop moving forward as this concerted unit. I've seen that all game. It's very satisfying. as an unwilling Orisa main to see your DPS working in such concert with you as a main tank. You actually feel like you're doing something. So got to be satisfying for Crandop here because this team is moving very smoothly.
Very smoothly and way fast, getting value out of Dynamite again. Getting a little bit of damage in before players can come out of those doors. And now Nocturnal will approach and take a similar route that we saw come out from Uprising Academy. Uprising Academy had Tab kind of there waiting too, and he gets a little bit extra damage on.
Yeah, he'll come around for the flank, I think, onto the tank line here, which is not a bad idea. But this is going to be another messy, tiny OW style fight.
Definitely very similar to Tiny Overwatch. No ultimates up yet for these players, though, but a halt in, but Tap getting the better with the dash through. Immortality Field keeping these players alive on Uprising Academy, but Tap will manage to fall. So this craziness in the room, eventually somebody's got to be able to see through all the pixelation, and it looks like it's Uprising Academy, and they go through the amplification matrix to not allow that to get any value.
It feels at this point like Nocturnal are just a little flustered. Anhu coming in and getting that pick is pretty good. I don't think he's going to get anything else. Way fast just throwing in the bot, because why not, really? That was another situation where the game was even, or Nocturnal had a man up, and they just didn't really hit the gas. I think that time it was just because they were just so low on health. They wanted to try and top up a little bit before they tried to rush back in there, and Uprising Academy took advantage of that window again. So they hold that fight. Some ultimates are built up on either side. That window from PG1 was a little sus. Losing those support ultimates is pretty key in a fight like this, where sustain is so important when there's so much damage being taken. So let's see, though. Zemret could get some value out of his Bob, especially if it's comboed with Sirius's Gravitic Flux.
So there's the halt into the Gravitic Flux, pulls players up into the air, and two go down before they can even hit the ground. And it's Uprising Academy just slaughtering through in this fight. 2 minutes left for Nocturnal.
That was one of those fights where it's almost not that bad for the team that loses because they died so fast that they didn't get the chance to do anything.
Yeah.
They didn't get to waste any ultimates or anything like that. But this forward hold, I'm curious. They could really catch someone by surprise here. The window. Oh, my.
There you go, saying somebody getting caught by surprise on who's the one, but now maybe their hubris will not pay off as they get pulled into the Gravitic Flux. False is down, Tap though has the blade, gets nothing from it, and Bob was at least holding back the rest of Uprising Academy. It will cost the Uprising Academy team as they will now have to try and run away and regroup, while Nocturnal starts to come back to full strength and can just jump on the point and take it.
I mean, this isn't a guaranteed full capture, though. A recontest here after maybe 2 ticks or so. If Crandop swaps to something, perhaps? Or, with a pick like that, I think you just give it to him. Your time bake advantage is still immense. You still have a Bob to prevent a snowball on this next fight, and a rally as well for Uprising Academy. So look for them to use both of those fairly defensively. They just want to keep holding here. Their time bake advantage is already secured, but they also have a win condition to think of. That said, a Super Blade or a Rally Blade or all three could come into play here. So look at Anhu as well to really make the difference for his team if they want to cap this within the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Just trying to get through all the ultimates that are going to come out is what they want to do for Uprising Academy, but Nocturnal not trying to let that happen. Sirius opening things up, followed by Zemret. They've already got 2 players down and have dealt with the Bob. Have to try and stall on this point for as long as possible now if you're Uprising, already having players switch over to stall characters, but Anhu and PG1 not letting the stall go for long. Accretion Rock misses Tap. He's still alive. Have to be careful, though. There's a lot of players on point. That'll go by really fast. The stall is at least working for the moment. They've got players coming back in.
Another 30 seconds or so of stall, I think, which is pretty good. But ultimately, this will go to Nocturnal. I pray I don't cast a curse that, because, man, I feel awful.
Well, now the
Flux coming up. No.
Nothing there, and now the Gravitic Flux pulling other players in. The Bob is out, and the stall just about over as Bob won't let Crandop stay alive for long. They get down to 2 minutes for Nocturnal.
Yeah, time bank reductions even that out, so this game doesn't last another 30 minutes. Thanks, Jeff. Not a bad push overall. Not great value from Anhu's first blade there. False did a really good job of kiting that and utilizing the immortality field provided to him by Aztec to negate value from that blade. But Sigma is so impactful that even having him distracted, kiting away and ulting Genji gives the other team an opening. So Nocturnal moved in, took advantage of the reduced shielding and damage absorption and sheer front-loaded damage that a Sigma provides, and just kind of bowled over the front line and just started cleaning up. Good stall there from Uprising Academy, but ultimately I think even pulling False away was a bit of a misplay from Uprising Academy to a degree.
Makes it difficult. Not getting that gravitic flux. I mean, if they get a good gravitic flux there and he doesn't die using it, they have a chance. The caster curse becomes a real thing.
Right. I very nearly panicked for a second. I saw that coming out, and then I saw it cancel, and I was like, okay, I'm good. I'm fine. I can keep. I'm not going to get fired today. I'll be all right. Man, it did have me sweating a little bit, though, because you can just, on 2CP especially, with ults like that, you can just kind of come back. It defies expectations. It can be very frustrating, but so far we have what we have.
And what we have here is the same compositions from both sides, and it's more of who's going to be able to control the cooldowns that they have at their disposal. The Hulk's going to be used here for a good dash through from False and Tap with the with the dash, Hyperspheres from False, and they get an early advantage. And now the Academy look to push that advantage as they go into that little room and take out as many players as possible from Nocturnal.
So far, could you guess what the favorite key on Uprising Academy's keyboards is?
Definitely right-click, at least for Crandop.
Well, for Crandop, yes. I mean, that's any Orisa player's favorite key. But overall, like on average, I would say their favorite key has to be W.
Yes,
they
true.
really like taking advantage of any sort of situation they can get. If they're up on health pools, if they're up a man like that, like these guys, they're jumping down. Look at them go. Like they're so ready and willing to take those advantages. And it's working tremendously.
And now they pull the blade out to continue the stagger of players. They still have other ultimates that are going to be available coming up here too. But now this might be the best chance for Nocturnal.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, Ultimate's coming online at the very least a rally to try and get them even through this first choke point, which has been a struggle so far. But like a very key point, as you said, is that Tap does not have his Dragon Blade. These tank ultimates might do something, but they're more easily negated, I think, depending on your positioning. So if they play this smart and kind of wait out a couple of these bigger ultimates, they could have a big advantage coming up onto this point.
Yep, they'll have their support ultimates available too for Nocturnal at some point. It's all about what ultimates they can get up first. Gravitic Flux is going to be one of the first ones. Anhu pulls out the blade. Anhu chasing down that Baptiste, misses with one of the swipes, but False evens things back up. Zemrit playing the Widowmaker, has Tap in his face, gets him at the end. This Tap, this is anybody's point for the moment. Anhu going back above. Bob is out. Anhu has to deflect. He's the only one left now. Tap has been the better Genji and is able to get his team a very good win condition. 42% is all they get for Nocturnal.
It's not going to be a draw. We got that going for us.
Yeah.
That will be nice. No draw Nubis today. Nocturnal certainly would have liked more than 42%, but I think they definitely take that, given how much they started to struggle on those first couple fights. As predicted, Nox opening up with the rally gave them enough space to move forward a bit. And they actually called out a very early Immortality field from Aztec, taking that down before Anhu even had to pull out the blade. Not that he got a lot of value out of it, but at the very least, they are keeping track of that cooldown and planning accordingly in their fights, which is very key in a meta like this right now that's very cooldown dependent. So there's a win condition for them. The time bank is significant, but it's doable. I've seen it. You know, this would be a runaway versus like Kongdu Panthera type moment. But hey, good Overwatch happens every day, except in my ranked games. So I'm excited to see what Nocturnal can do.
Well, like the guy who's part owner of the team that we're going to see next, anything is possible, right?
Oh, yeah.
And if you don't know who I'm referring to Kevin Garnett after he won an NBA championship.
Yeah, no, I don't basketball. I don't basketball. And I wasn't with Triumph when they made that partnership, so I didn't have to do any research for it either. I was just like, oh, that's neat. That's a name. people have heard about, I guess. Cool. Money for the team that I don't work for anymore. Anyway, I like that Uprising Academy are just taking their time with this. Wow, Crandot melted there, being very careful as they move forward.
Able to get through that initial barrage that came out from Nocturnal. They now get into the room where, well, not quite yet. Actually not letting them get there is Nocturnal. They won't let them get to the Mega Health Pack. They've cut them off beforehand, so a little bit different here defensively from Nocturnal, and so far, it's paying off massively.
Oh, the window coming through here, though. There are some picks coming out for Uprising Academy.
Staying alive, going through, having to get through these shields, but now with that advantage as far as how close you are, and tap still just not being dealt with, they can just walk to point and take this 42% with relative ease. Uprising Academy is going to have themselves a 3-0 win here in a pivotal game in Contenders Trials.
Yeah, like I said, both of these teams really needed to have this day be their day, and Uprising Academy get the lifeline they need to stay alive.
Huge that this is the way that it goes. Like, 0-2 to now move to 2-1. Uprising Academy was at the bottom to Thibbledork. They had the worst map record, so now they start to push that the other way. Maybe this is the start of something for them in these last 2 days that they're going to have after today.
I mean, it definitely could be, and they definitely need it to be. Just this one win is not enough to fully turn things around. They're going to need to keep going. This is a team that has historically struggled around this tier of play, have frequently bounced between contenders and trials, lots of roster changes, stuff like that. But recent coaching changes, perhaps different changes in philosophy because of that, and bringing in the president himself, so far have looked to be pretty impactful.
And of course, by the president, we mean Carter.
Yes.
So
sorry.
Yeah. No, it was. It's funny to see that was something that they did today. It was definitely a lighthearted moment. A little rough for Nocturnal, though, that they lose 3-0 like this. But the other thing, too, is the fact that they're playing without one of their support players. It seems to be something that hurt a lot.
Definitely. I mean, Baptiste is so key right now because Immortality Field is an ultimate on cooldown that you really need to have a good grasp of and a good coordination with your team on. And if you're playing on an off roll, even though he's been on the team for some time, obviously, he's well versed with communicating with this team, with the exception of Sirius. But ultimately, I think it requires more coordination. They need to spend more hours together just grinding it out, whether in ranked or in scrims or whatever. Because if you're getting those timings wrong or not getting the most value out of Baptiste's kit, you are at a huge disadvantage in this meta. I can't understate it. He is such an important part of what makes this composition work. So they need to make sure that PG1 is given the resources he needs to level up on that position, or they bring back whoever they had in that position.
Yeah, Skyward, I think, is the one that
That's who it
normally
is.
is playing the Baptiste. So not sure if maybe there's some storms in some areas that has apparently knocked the internet out from some people. There's a couple other things that it could have been. We don't know for sure, but it's a tough way for it to go. And Nocturnal now, it's looking very, very much like that their contenders' chances for this coming month is going to be not a thing. And again, remembering now, teams that end up in the bottom, they don't go back to trials. They go back to open division.
Correct. And it's a slog through open division to get back into trials. Lots of games played over very short time periods against a variety of teams that you have to prepare for. It's tough. So these guys really need to step it up. The pressure is on for all of them. And I feel for them, but that's the competitor's way.
There's a lot that goes into it. So it's a rough way for it to go for Nocturnal, but for Uprising Academy, at least they make one of those steps forward to maybe getting out of those bottom two spots. When we come back, we will have our next game. It is going to be Cratos versus Triumph. That should be a really good one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that.
Uprising Academy, shatter. Let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%.
Right now with Hydra building up to this Bear Barrage so quickly. Oh, and asking!
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact se escucha de abajo gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting till it's for sure lost. Winnable!
know. I don't know. This is really hard. That was so risky though. That kind of made me nervous. So basically how this game works is it's a custom game. There are 2 GMs in this game, and then the rest of the players are either plat or diamond. And we're gonna have to look through all the players in the replay system to try and work out which players are the GM players. 1 GM on each team. So we're gonna have to try and spot which players they are. Big shout out to Elo Hell for organizing the game. We're gonna try and see if we can work it out, which I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. I hope I can. That might be a bit embarrassing if I can't, but we'll see. We'll see.
According to our YouTube statistics, only a small amount of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing.
I want to kind of look at the lineup, I think, first to see what we get, because obviously there is a meta right now. It's double shield, no secret. So we're gonna get Moira on both sides. Wait, BP is in here? Okay, BP is not GM, I don't think, right? I think. Or is this a Smurf? I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. Okay, so we've got both of the 2 same support lineups. And I will say that I feel like Mercy and Moira aren't usually picked to GM, at least not at the moment with the current meta. So maybe we can look at the supports and kind of determine based on their play if they're the GMs or not. But depending on the level, I feel like these heroes can still get value. So we have got double shield on team 2 though, so they are playing some sort of meta. Ashe is a really good pick too. 2 Ashes. Okay, we got 2 Ashes and a Winston. Lots of spam into the choke for ult charge. Okay, we quickly work out that they are going left side. Kind of an unoptimal bubble then, whilst Monkey is inside of his own bubble. He's not really going to take a massive amount of damage there. We have lost the Ashe already to the Tracer. Keeping an eye on our supports, that's good. Oh gosh. Really good getting themselves back to safety. Oh no. I think this Tracer did a lot of work in that first fight, so we're gonna look at this Tracer and see what she's doing. And she's going in for the blink and the melee. Did connect the stick, but no kills. Really good reaction time, actually, to that McCree. Very quick reaction time. McCree's looking for the Tracer, but... Okay, McCree's got a kind of slow reaction time to that Tracer, so... I'm impressed by this Tracer play so far. I'm really impressed by this Tracer play. This Tracer's on my radar right now, I think. She's doing well at staying alive, getting a lot of like key picks and things. Okay, we're kind of playing the flank here as well. She's waiting for McCree to pass through because she doesn't want to get caught out by McCree by going in too early for picks, and then just gets overwhelmed because of the Tracer behind as well. Okay. Okay. Let's have a look at this Ashe. Bob's currently doing something. It's good to see. Okay, we're struggling to hit the Tracer there, I think. Lots of left clicks from the Ashe here. I'm not sure I've seen so many left clicks in such a short amount of time. Alright, we got the Sigma here too. Missing the rock, but it's okay. Might as well ult to catch people out. Okay. Okay, so my number one that I'm looking at right now is probably the red team's Tracer. Is probably the one who's caught my eye so much so far. We might have to go back as well and look at the previous rounds. We'll kind of watch through some characters and different players, and then maybe rewind it back a little bit. I'm kind of interested to, not the blue McCree. I don't think so, no. I don't think so. Now, blue team's got Rein Zarya on this map, which is really good for Control Center, I'd say. But I mean, red team still got double shield, which is pretty meta, but I guess we'll see how they play here. Because I haven't really looked at the tanks at all yet. Okay, he's just kind of spamming into shields. I'm going for them supports. That Ana's really low. Are we going to overextend for the Ana? We lost the barrier. It's a good kill on the Rein. He kind of pushed out for that. Blue team's got a pick on the Moira there. I feel like the Sigma feels a little bit overwhelmed at times. Kind of looks like to me. I feel like not the Sigma. These are really good ability use management and things like that. Oh, I don't know. This is really hard because there's so many players at this level that play really well. It's hard to tell sometimes. Really hard to tell. Hard to notice. All right, McCree's on the flank. I kind of want to see this flank in McCree. What are you up to? What is this sneaky boy doing? Yeah, it's too risky right now. Okay, lots of misses. Okay, are we on the Mercy? Close to killing the Mercy there. I feel like this McCree is maybe not as confident as I would expect like a smurfing McCree to be. Like, they're good ideas, but I feel like the execution isn't quite there. So I have a feeling it might not be this McCree. It's a good follow-up onto the grab, though. Making sure we got the damage in. We know the Trace is flanking too, so good awareness. Yeah, but I feel like the shots just aren't there as much. Panicked at times? Yeah, I feel like the consistency isn't there. I think they've got the right ideas, but... if it was this McCree, I think they'd be landing a few more body shots at least, you know? A little bit more consistent with the mechanical side of things. So, let's have a look at somebody else. I don't know who my second one is yet. I still feel like the Trace is playing really well on the red team. And they haven't swapped the Tracer as well, which to me kind of makes me think, oh no, they're swapping the McCree now. Okay. And we got a Brig on the red team as well. I'm curious to see this Symmetra pick, actually. Now, I know there's a G on each team, but I haven't seen on blue team yet who to think of. Because this TP strat is quite a popular one. This is a smart strategy to go with, I think, a lot of the time. Now, the McCree gets caught out immediately. Okay, blue team kind of look like they're swinging this a little bit. I kind of want to watch some supports, I think. I'm going to watch some supports and how they kind of, they interact with all of this. I'm in fact going to watch the Ana here. I want to watch this bit again. Because I feel like when you TP strat with Ana like this, and you have so many people on top of you, that it's kind of overwhelming. So I want to see how this Ana plays. Really consistent aim on these, on the teammates here. And even the DPS as well. This Ana's looking good. I know that was like a really short interaction, but that was like very, very confident shots in a stressful situation on Ana. So can't say I've not missed many sleeps in my time. So oh my god, that Reaper got blown up. Okay, not much we can do about that. That's a good nade on the Brig. Now, I'm noticing there's not much scoping in so far, which does maybe beg the question of why. Not scoping at all. Yeah, I would probably expect okay, we're getting some scoping now. I think I would be expecting some quick scoping. as well. I think is what I want to look out for. Because I think a lot of Ana players that are playing at that level would be pretty confident with the quick scopes and see it. The scoping mechanics aren't quite as good as the hipfire. The hipfire has been really good though. Okay, so I think if I was the Ana there, I would probably have backed up to the very back of that point a lot sooner to avoid getting caught in any ults and just being in a safer position. I feel like the positioning is maybe just a bit too aggressive for the Ana play. So, I'm curious to see this Lucio, because that last round, this Lucio had so many close encounters. And they managed to like live through all of them, so I'm really curious to see this Lucio play. Okay, we're kind of displacing the brig. That's good. Nice target focus here. Wall riding mechanics seem pretty clean as well. This is really hard, actually. Really difficult. Okay, aim a little bit inconsistent there, but I would take note of the fact that they're jumping when they're quite low HP, which obviously makes them a lot easier for target to hit scans. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I like the speed amp to get all the team back there into a safer position though. I'm really, like, unsure of who it can be here. Kind of looking out for the Rhine there. Good holding back on the beat there. I feel like some people might have been, like, feeling a bit nervous about the fight and not, and maybe wasting beat. I have a feeling the Rhine on this team is maybe not the GM just because he was dropping it. Yeah, I think I've seen him drop shield a couple of times whilst being, like, super low HP. That's a really good boot. I'm not sure if anyone gets the follow-up, but... Oh, that was so risky, though. That was so risky. I kind of want to see that from McCree's point of view. Did he not get the opportunity to ult the Lucio then? That kind of made me nervous, to be honest. I probably wouldn't have crossed. He almost got him. Okay, I still think this McCree is a really strong contender. Because I was going to say, if the McCree didn't use High Noon there, I would have been confused. But he did, and he managed to not fully charge it. So I do think this McCree is a really, really strong contender. His awareness is really up there, you know? That's just unlucky. Okay. I feel like I need to look at some other rounds. So I have a feeling it's maybe not these supports, not the Rhine. I think this is the GM player though. I think their DPS is the GM player. Bakugo, I think. I haven't really given the other teammates much chance, to be honest. But I feel really confident in his play. I don't know. So I haven't really looked at the blue team tank, so I'm gonna look at Scatman, I guess. See some Winston play here. I feel like Winston's a really good pick on Garden too, so I'm confident in this pick. Thank you so much. Oof.
In 19 years old.
Okay, that made me a bit nervous. That jump, that scared me a little bit. I'll be honest. That jump kind of scared me. I'm inclined to say not the Winston, just because I feel like that could have been a potentially big feed kind of move, you know? Winston get lost. I think Winston regretted his decision after jumping in, I think. Getting slammed by Ryan as well. Okay. This is so difficult. This is really, really difficult. Did we look at the Ash before? I think we did. But let's just have a look again. Alright, I'm gonna look at the DPS on that team. I really do. I trust in the red team Tracer. I think I'm almost certain in my own mind that it's red team Tracer. I just don't know who it is on blue team. I just can't work it out. Okay, awareness really good from this Ashe, I think. Thinking about the possible angles that Trace is going to be flanking on. Smart. I feel like this Ashe is already looking kind of good. She kind of let her guard down there, but I think she's been thinking about it. Yeah. Okay, Sad's got a pick. Sad, I want to see you. I want to see what you're up to. Okay, really close kill on the Mercy. Still getting the kill on the Mercy there. That's really nice. Got attention of both the supports here. Decent attempts at a stick there. Getting out is way too risky to take that fight, so they're going to back out. Smart. Sad is tracking. Is it both the Tracers? I feel like it might be, you know? And they dodged the bomb, that's really good. Good reaction time. Again, really good reaction time. Knowing when to back out. Dodging the flux. Really decent tracking too. Yeah, we can't go for the kill on the Ashe while she's pocketed, so it's a smart move to just kind of abandon that situation. Almost taking the 1v1. Whole team's kind of dead here, so yeah, they're not really gonna have a chance to make anything out of that. Really good target priority. I'm convinced by both the Tracers so far. I feel like just because they're not hitting everything. Okay, clean, clean. All right, Sad is my blue GM, I think. I think so. I think I'm locking it in. I think it's 2 of the DPS. Like, this Tracer is so deep in their team, harassing their healers so well. I think the Sad's team has been struggling this round, but overall, Sad's players seem really confident. Even keeping the overtime on the point, whilst also single-handedly destroying these supports. It's really impressive play. Stressful situation, but playing really well. So I think Sad is the blue GM. Yeah, big F. I want to say it's this player. I think. They didn't want that being watched. I mean, I can't believe they lived that long. As Tracer, like, you gotta think about... Tracer's got 150 HP, right? And there's like a Moira, a Reinhardt, a Zarya. Like, there's so many things on the point that can just easily, like, completely blow you up as Tracer. The fact that they lived that long, got a pick on the Mercy, almost killed the Moira, and also went for a decent pulse. I think that they're really confident players so far. Although I did question their McCree, didn't I, on this point? Oh, gosh. Good kill, though. Good kill. Okay. Oh, really nice play, though. Oh, yeah, okay. I think it's Sad. I think Sad is a GM DPS player. I think pretty much confirmed. And I'm gonna watch Bakugo, because I think it might be Bakugo as well. I would like to see this play, to be honest. Oh god. Oh god. This is making me nervous. Managed to survive. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, going for the long flank. This is something I've noticed both of the suspected GMs can do, is they both flank a lot, so... Oh gosh. Struggling. I do think that Bakugo is the DPS. Okay, he knows that there's someone waiting there because he's seen the blue beam. Let's give it away a bit. Okay, we're just bailing, I think. Yeah, just bail and try and get someone out on their own. It's a nice kill. That was a really nice kill, actually. Really, really nice. Wants to stop that res, but there's no way you can do that, really. Mistimed, the ability's there. Just hopping over to the Widow, okay. It's so hard, I think, to tell because I feel like one team dominates each map, so it's kind of hard to tell if the team is just having a bad time and know which players are doing the best, if that makes sense, because it's so one-sided. Super one-sided. That's unlucky. Kind of curious to see how this goes now. I'm probably going to look at the supports on this team as well. Specifically the Moira, because the Moira hasn't swapped the whole time, so I kind of want to see why that is. Okay. Good reaction time, just overwhelmed again. I'm looking for anyone hiding up there. Smart. Here comes Sad. Oh, nice shot. Going through a bit of a flank here. Decent amount of damage output as well. He knows the Genji's on the respawn as well. Really nice kill on the Reaper. That was smart of the enemy team's Ryan, actually. Although I don't think it is that Ryan. That was a smart move, though. To go for the kind of flank. We're gonna have a look at the Moira as well. I do want to look at the Moira here. This Moira has been playing Moira from the very first round, I believe. And they haven't actually swapped off, so... Okay, not spending too long to take the 2v1 there, because it's going to be unlikely that you'd win, and also your team is going to need some heals, so that's good feeling back. Supporting the McCree there for the high noon is really good as well. I like that they're not kind of over-peeking the corners a lot. They're seeing it kind of a safe angle for the rest of the team. I feel like that fade could have maybe come sooner, but it's really difficult because one player looked really good in the first round and then they get rolled on the second, and then you're like, are they this good? I don't know. So let's see. In fact, I want to see this player on this one. Okay, their rank's pushed up pretty far. Seems quite confident. Very far ahead of the team though. Just to bear in mind. He does notice his team is back, check in for heals and things like that, so that's good. Ryan dropping so low, it's making me nervous. I feel like we could have got an orb out just like as soon as that came off cooldown there. And I know that's really nitpicky, but I'm kind of having to be nitpicky. Oh no, we couldn't. It was still on cooldown. Okay, alright. Benefit of the doubt, benefit of the doubt. It'd be interesting to hear comms. It would be really, really helpful. I think a big thing I would say with the Moira pick is I feel like it's not enough to help this team right now. I think they maybe need something else. And we haven't swapped off Moira the entire round, so I would... Oh, that's... yeah. That sucks. Always important to stand out of LOS of a Reinhardt if you know that he's got slam when you go to Moira ult. So I don't think it's this Moira. I want to say it's not. I think... okay, I think I'm going to lock it in. I think... okay. Alright, yeah. I'm going to lock it in. Okay. Sad and Bakugo. Sad, DPS on blue team, and Bakugo, the DPS on red team. I'm nervous. Okay, alright. We're just gonna commit. It is Sad and Bakugo. Secret GMs. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna trust. Ready? Okay, so it was Sad and Bakugo. Alright, let's see who the winners are. The winners? The GMs. Sorry. We got it! We actually got it! I feel really good now. I feel like we achieved something today. Both players were really good though. I think because it was such a coin flip on each round. It was like one team dominated and then the other. it kind of made the players not look as good on the team on the rounds where the teams weren't doing as well. But when the teams were doing well, I feel like they made a lot of good choices. Their awareness was really good. The mechanical skill was really good. I felt like maybe they were Tracer players, both of them, because I think Tracer was the best. Definitely the best characters that I saw both of these players on. So yeah, awesome. Thank you so much to Elo Hell for offering a spot on the show, because it's been really fun actually. I was very afraid I wouldn't get it, but now I'm very proud of myself and accomplished something today. So feel free to, I'm a streamer on Twitch, so feel free to check me out at twitch.tv/Hollywell. And yeah, thank you guys so much for having me on.
Who would have thought? That's illegal. So we're gonna play Spot the Smurf. And what we do in Spot the Smurf, we have a replay where it's a plat/diamond game, and there's a grandmaster on either side. Grandmaster on either side. And I need to find out who the grandmaster is on either side. 10 minutes. Okay, once we load into the game. You ready? Here we go. And go! Okay, hold on. These two people? Potentially not. What are they doing back there? Okay, keep going. Ice ball? Questionable. Let's check this area. Let's just go down the line. Okay, decent-ish tracking. I'm not finding anything going on. Let's see here. Next fight. Not getting 100 energy though. You know, we're kind of just chilling here. I don't think it's Zarya. Okay, let's check Ryan. You know, not really playing with his team, not really helping much. But maybe his team's just not following him. Will he jump off? Does jump off. Smart move. Potentially GM level. Okay, Genji. Not line of sighting, not Genji. Okay, let's try Ashe. There's TNT. Bob immediately. Good. Smart. Tries to break the wall. Just kind of left clicks, gets in there. Knows to rush forward though. Potentially Ashe. Okay, let's check Mei. He has the ultimate. Is the ult good? Shoots the wall, that's fine. Nose away for the team. No, blade. Ulting during a blade, decision making's off. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that. Okay, let's check back. Check back. Good healing, yeah. Knows Zarya's over there. Seems to be pretty aware of things. Moving back and forth, strafing. Bat's kind of low level. Seems to be aware, looking around, paying attention to where everyone's at. Good situational awareness. We're gonna go through this in combo with Reinhardt here, so seems to be moving, you know, back and forth, waiting to go with Reinhardt. He's talking. Ooh, that's making me think no. That's making me think no, but that table, you know, it could have just been unlucky. Could have been unlucky, okay? You know, he's still keeping his team up. He's still keeping had the smarts to go for the health pack. So far, I'm thinking BAP or this player, you know, playing Ana, and then I'm thinking maybe Ashe. That's my gut feeling. It's my gut right now. Okay, let's play it a little slow here. Going for shots instead of just healing the whole time. Good. Doing quick scopes. Oh, that's just unfortunate. Okay, she didn't have nade. She didn't have nade. Quick scopes. The quick scopes. Again, this is the BAP. I'm thinking this is.
No one can hide from
I'm thinking this is one for sure. Shooting nothing, but you know, I do that. Positioning nice, paying attention, throwing a sleep dart beforehand. Like that's trying to, you know, make a play. That's trying to make a play. Miss a shot there, that's fine. Quick scopes again. Throws the nade, knowing it's gonna be easier to hit. Keep him alive. It's Ana for sure. It's Ana. Okay, we gotta find the other one. I'm thinking it's Ashe. Even though they're low HP, they're not spamming any healing. 1 HP, and they're still just like, I'm going in. Meaning, they're confident. Okay, they're ready to go forward. Nice TNT. Missed everybody, but you know, again, confidence. They're playing very aggressive. Moves to hide though. Good line of sighting. Gets the mega. Doesn't make a noise. Gets out. Ooh! You know, it was a smart TNT. Let's see how this fight goes. Yeah. Headshot. Yeah. Does she strafe though? Didn't strafe. I know it's Ana. It's gotta be Ana. Okay. Using shift to get in a good position for Bob. Hits headshots, but doesn't worry about the tire. Okay, let's go to the next map. Switches to Tracer. Okay, that's not that big a deal. Okay, on Tracer this time. Okay, switching it up. Tracer, you should be able to tell a little. Aim's a little wonky. Knows to ignore the ball. If you're confident, you just go on that Widow, though. Oh, into a trap! Ooh, maybe not. Widowmaker. Okay. Likes the snipers. Okay. Again, kind of getting in there. You know, they're not... Ooh, click shot. Okay. On the elephant. Knows to contest the Widow. Nice shot. Okay. Paying attention. Awareness! Okay, maybe not. Let's try the Lucio. I didn't look at the Lucio yet. We're on the ground. What are we healing? Peeking that for no reason? Is he gonna beat drop it at the right time? Backing up? doesn't feet drop. No. 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 Okay, let's check some Doomfist. Let's check some Doomfist. How much time do we have? 1 minute! Okay, this is gonna be the big fight for Doomfist. Gets hacked, misses some shots. Kinda not fair because he got hacked. Not really protecting anything, kind of just going in. The swings aren't crazy, they're not like jumping with their shield. Ooh, ooh. Okay, how much time we got? 18 seconds. Okay, okay. Okay, that's all the time we got. That's all the time we got. That's my guess. ML Plat and Goma. Okay? Okay, here we go. Let's see how we did. Ooh, we missed ML Plat. Oh my god. We missed both? Okay, but they were diamond. They were diamond. Wow, we're terrible. So Dr. Fence and Abel's. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Hold up. What's the Smurf doing level 31 platinum? What is that? What is that? That's illegal. You know, I don't think I actually looked at this person the entire time, so fair. Fair. Oh, it's a custom game. Oh. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? All right, chat. Well, yeah, that's it. I guess I lose, but I think I got too caught up on the levels. Thank you to ELO Hell Esports for putting that together. And I don't know, maybe we'll do it another time at some point.
We welcome you back here for NA Contenders Trials. Labosco and Thibbledork along with you for the ride. Our next game going to be Triumph versus Cratos. And Thibble, obviously you have a little bit of a history with Triumph for, maybe you worked with them a little bit back in the past. Maybe it was something like that.
You could say I'm something like a founding member. Yeah, not technically, but I was the first person they hired after their founding crew, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I worked with the team for a few months. I did their social media, community direction, all that jazz, before leaving for the big leagues, the bright lights of the city, or whatever the heck you want to say. Yeah, that version of Triumph is very different than the one we see now, but I still have a bit of a soft spot for them. I'll have to quash that since I'm casting them and I'm supposed to be relatively neutral. But yeah, I'm regardless of their name, I'm excited to see this match given the current level of performance we're seeing from these two teams. I think there's a chance for this to be a very interesting game.
It is a match that's very important for both teams. Cratos, of course, 2-0 currently, and a 1-1 record for Triumph. So very important for both of these teams if they want to make it into Contenders. And we're going to Busan to start again. Downtown is where we start this time, though.
Interesting start here. I'm curious.
Maybe
to
not
see,
just yet. But we're getting there.
Okay, we're figuring that out. I'm curious to see as we get onto Busan, which is always just a mess of chaos and mayhem, which suits me very well. I'm curious to see the DPS matchups here. We have Maxwell and Default coming in for Kratos, and then on Triumph we have Hydron and Nos, who are both fantastic. Frankly, all four of them are fantastic in their own right. In the last game that we cast, the DPS matchup was pretty key, I would say, in deciding the outcome of the match. And I don't see any reason to think this one will be any different. So very excited to see those pop off, because that's really what makes this current meta kind of tick, is how well your DPS players do.
We've got a pretty good support lineup for Kratos, too. You look at Gunther and 6 Feet, both very talented tier 2 Overwatch players in the support role. Gunther has even decided to make the jump towards trying out this casting thing too. Was casting with me in Pluto Cup. So we've got affiliations, I guess you could say, on both sides.
Yeah, I mean the web is definitely woven thick here in tier 2. Everyone's connected some way or another.
Yeah,
it's a 6 degrees of separation thing, except it's usually like 2 or 3. So yeah, I did see Gunther cast a bit. I'm excited to see if his casting skill rivals his play, or vice versa, I suppose.
Let's just say probably the other way.
Yeah, but I didn't want to bash the man too hard. Bless him. He's got a lot going on. He's shuffling a lot of plates. So
it's just more of he is a very good Overwatch player, so his casting is going to take some time to get to where he is as far as his playing ability is, more so than anything else.
Sure.
We're going actually to Sanctuary first here. We have actually a little bit of a different look coming out from Cratos, as you can see here too. They're showing us the Baptiste, and we're getting Lucio potentially out, just the speed out. So never mind, I'm a liar.
Well, a wrinkle here that we're getting is that instead of Ashe Genji or Ashe Tracer that we're seeing from Triumph, we're getting a Widow Tracer. So lots of focus on sightlines and angles and applying lots of pressure. They're going to look to zone out Triumph very aggressively.
And so far, it is working out. Default is able to find the head of Vigilante, and they can just do work on the front line to try and keep their advantage. Of course, Maxwell on that Tracer 2 on the flank. And early on, making a difference is it will be Cratos with the first take.
Borking his counterpart over there with Niche. Off is a recent addition to Triumph. Zhao recently announced that he was going to be taking a break from competitive play. He was a very long-term veteran of the scene, but stepping away for now, I believe for health issues, and just in general, probably just needs to take a break. He's been at it for years. I'm curious to see how Off integrates into this roster and how long he's been able to practice with them, because that coordination in your front line and with your Sigma, especially with the entire rest of the team, is really important right now. So they're really going to need to make sure they're on top of things goodness me, I've forgotten the name of the other team, holds this first point. Cratos, there we go.
Default already getting another entry pick in as players start to come back for Triumph. So Triumph now sitting really in a difficult position, waiting for that other player to come back and also just trying to stay alive. They do manage to get Default down, but Krawi with the Gravitic Flux finds two, is able to escape away to make sure that they don't go down. And there's a Bob out to try and answer this, but right now Triumph not looking too good.
The Bob came out after the first pick, which could have given them a little extra momentum, but the Gravitic Flux from Krawi got a ton of value. And in general, Triumph took so long to try and figure out how they wanted to approach that fight. And we're looking now, at a pace like that, they have one more fight. So I think they really need to pick it up and be a little more decisive in their engagements, because otherwise you're just giving Cratos time to amp themselves up and get in a good position.
And Supercharger is something that they're going to have to try and come through for Triumph too. They are approaching the point here. On the flank was Valen kind of waiting. Out comes the Gravitic Flux from Off. Does get a lot of damage onto a few targets. Supercharger is out. Nietzsche's is already gone. Triumph now behind as far as the Supercharger damage too. So much more damage coming out from Cratos, and they get themselves an advantage. Pulse Bomb out, doesn't do a lot. Gunther's able to take out his counterpart in left, and Cratos looks to cruise to taking this first point with no problems. Just have to deal with some stragglers coming back, but they looked very clean here, at least on this first map.
Cratos did a really good job there of focusing down the supports at all times. They never really had a moment to breathe. Either they were getting caught in a Gravitic Flux, they were getting pressure from Maxwell, who was all over the map. In general, Cratos did a really good job of just understanding where their win condition lay, which is we just need to make sure that they can't heal anybody. And then all our damage is permanent, and we will probably win those fights. Some more John Madden analysis for you. If they can't heal, all the damage is permanent. It's a very important part of Overwatch. So I think having that pressure on the backline and with your front line really not being able to peel for them as effectively as they might have liked, it was a devastating effect for Cratos on that first round. Downtown, though, things could shake up a bit. It's a little harder to isolate people because the fights usually happen in more confined spaces.
Confined spaces, which means if you're shooting the other team, you're gonna do damage. That's something I feel like John Madden would probably say too. And damage is definitely coming from Valen's dynamite. Krawi throwing out that shield, and it's actually Nas who's going to be the first player to take somebody down. Triumph finally coming through and looking pretty good here, especially with Off on ball.
Triumph going for the, well, we can't beat them in the mirror, so let's just disrupt them a bit. off swapping to the Wrecking Ball is pretty effective in terms of displacing people away from the support line and in general separating the front line from the back line. So they were able to kind of draw out and punish the people that were displaced in that way for some easy cleanup and the first capture.
Allowing for Cratos to come back around on this far side. Dynamite gets in. Doesn't go off just yet. They're able to avoid the damage. Default able to send in his Dynamite, though, and off just waiting on the flank for an opportunity to disrupt some more. Nas getting extremely close to the blade, and backing up to the point is Triumph. Have players getting extremely low. They're able to heal them back up. Throw down the amplification matrix. Maxwell from above trying to see a target who was extremely low. Couldn't finish them off, but now we'll get on to Vigilante. So a lot of healing gone, and this looks like the opportunity for Maxwell and co, as Cratos will be able to take this back.
I mean, a good initial disengage from Triumph there to deny value from the Amp Matrix, but ultimately they rotated around to the other side of stairs, and Cratos were more than ready to just follow them over there and just finish the job. You get a late kill onto Borkin with those mines from off, but ultimately I don't think they were really able to sustain past that initial disengage, and that's what lost in that fight.
Lost in that fight, but in this fight they're able to throw out Bob to give themselves an opportunity early on, but those Bobs really don't do a whole lot except damage each other. I'm sure there's probably something for John Madden in there too. Krawi in the meantime will use the Gravitic Flux, extremely low, multiple players, throws the Accretion Rock in. The Wrecking Ball actually blocks that on accident. Default having to escape, and Triumph look to take this point back on the back of Nas.
When Triumph support line are actually able to play the game, they do quite a bit of work. They're getting a lot of value off of the immortality fields from Vigilante, and in general, the uptime from Lep and the sheer cleave healing that he and Vigilante are able to provide gives them such an intense advantage against the burst coming out from Cratos, who have not been able to convert as effectively as they may have liked on low health targets. Now we're looking at 75% here, and Off is doing a great job of disrupting this team.
Throws the mines out immediately, and you've already lost Borkin. Default going down to Triumph, looking to stay in front, and the Dynamite from Valen will make sure that they do just that.
Yeah, I mean, just clean play in the alley there. I think a composition like Triumph's really thrives in very tight spaces where Off can completely shift the nature of the battlefield, and that looks like downtown for Triumph.
Yep, nobody could even get back. The one player who could even have the chance was 6 feet switching over to Lucio, but instead we even up 1-1 here on Busan. So we have to go to Mecha Base to find our winner.
Yeah, Mecha Base should be interesting too. I'm curious to see if Off stays on this Wrecking Ball. There's more hallways and stuff where he could get some value, but there are chances for him to get caught out as well. All it takes is one good accretion and some focus fire, and suddenly that hamster is up for adoption. He swaps over to the Sigma, and I think that's the sensible play here.
Yeah. Makes sense, right? Like just based on how the map is, like you don't have those confined spaces you were talking about earlier here. Like the Sigma just seems to have more value.
But they struggled in the mirror on Sanctuary, so I'm curious to see how they come. Well, it wasn't really a mirror in terms of DPS. Now it is. So let's see in a straight mirror what they can do.
Yeah, have the Genjis this time. Sanctuary, you had the Tracer, so that makes a little bit of a difference. A lot of damage coming through for the Dynamite. Immortality field already having to be put down by Cratos. Now you have the counter Immortality field from Triumph, but it's too much. They can't burn through that quick enough for Cratos, and it will be Triumph taking this first point on Mecha Base.
Cratos are not doing a lot to mitigate the effectiveness of Vigilante's Immortality fields. They're staying up for a very long time, and that's giving Triumph the extra sustain they need to overcome the damage from Cratos. In fights like this, being able to burst through or counter the burst damage is everything. So if you let a cooldown like Immortality field live that long, you're at a fundamental disadvantage. They really need to focus up on that. Otherwise, Triumph are going to keep pulling away in these fights.
Didn't talk about Vigilante, but also very good support player in this tier 2 scene. You might have had the big Gravitic Flux from Off, but it's actually Borkin and Default combining for 3 to get in front of Cratos. So Cratos answering really well, but off, not done yet. The Bob coming out from default to help clean this up in the end. Somebody has to go to the point, though, if they want to win this for Cratos. It's kind of a trade on either side.
I don't think they have enough manpower. Triumph's already coming back, and at this point, they really took too long to try and capitalize on their initial pick, and then they got picked off themselves. There goes default. I mean, this is another one fight and another 20 or 30% for them if they play this right.
And the dynamite damage you lose out on, too. And now you get to see Valen do just that. Throw the Bob out to make it even harder to come up onto this high ground. And they're just trying to escape for Cratos, but they're being chased down. This staggers even harder. It's going to be last fight territory for them by the time they can fully regroup almost.
A great punishment from Triumph and great switch of aggression, understanding that they could push up and score themselves an extra 10% worth of time. That said, we have a lot of ultimates coming online over here for Cratos, and not too many over for Triumph. A Super Blade should be able to do something, but if it gets caught up in the flux, or they get an early pick or some sheer sustain provided by Gunther's Valley or something, this could be a very close fight.
Well, the Super Blade out immediately. Answering with that blade is Nas. And Nas is the one getting value. Doesn't have the supercharger with it, but his team helped get out that immortality field to give him the opportunity to win that fight. And now nobody can get there for Cratos, and it's Triumph who will take this first map and take a 1-0 lead.
Very clean for Triumph there, I would say. Bringing it back to those immortality fields, I would say Triumph as a whole were just better, not only at focusing down the enemy immortality field, but placing theirs in such a way that gave them that extra advantage I was talking about. So some easy focus fire of Kratos' immortality field means that Nos's Dragon Blades overall were getting quite a bit of value in a meta where that is not always the case. Nos also walking away with 72% kill participation, so that guy was in there like swimwear. And you love to see that from your Genji. He really needs to be that centerpiece, that fulcrum for your momentum in these fights. And I think their cleanup and their aggression was very clean on Mecha Base especially, and that's what helped them turn that around after a rough start on Sanctuary.
Rough start on Sanctuary, but still plenty left, and this is still a team that you have to look out for in Cratos. And I wanted to highlight Vigilante a little bit more. A player over from Contenders Korea who was playing with the team Metallica, and only 16 years old.
I mean, the young prodigies, man. How many times have we heard that story, right? I mean, these like 16-year-old, 15-year-old players that are just so mechanically gifted, who have such a great sense for what needs to happen in this game. And it's such a great opportunity, too, because they have years to build up their fundamentals and learn from their mentors and everything like that. This is great experience for these young players. And I'm very excited to see what they can do with that. Metallica in general also was quite a team in and of its own right. So he's got a lot of experience playing at a high level against some of Tier 2's best. I mean, people that should be in the Overwatch League already, frankly. So that's such a big edge potentially for Triumph. That said, Kratos have been doing very well lately, and this, as we said in the beginning, could become a very interesting and very close game.
6 Feet and Gunther are still a very good support lineup. Vigilante, of course, a talented young player, but there's a lot of experience between those two specifically. Gunther's spending a lot of time here in the Tier 2 scene. Technical difficulties happen, but that doesn't mean we stop here on Elo Hell, which, well, we're doing Contenders trials, of course, at the Labosco alongside Thibbledork. We're getting back into Junkertown. Thibble, you know, we were, before everything happened there, we were starting to talk about the fact that we've got Widowmakers here. In defaults, Widowmaker looked pretty good when we saw it on Busan.
Right, and Widowmaker is such a key hero on this map, and especially this first point. Tons of opportunity to set up either very conservative and wide-ranging sightlines or some aggressive, crazy flank-style sightlines. So it remains to be seen which of those we will see here. But I'm happy with either one, frankly, because the occasional pop of the head is a very satisfying noise. We also have to see, though, what sort of adaptations come out from Cratos, I think, after that first map. Not that it was like a blowout or anything and they have to completely reconsider what they're doing, but there's some work to be done if they want to bring this back and keep this competitive. So let's see how this goes.
Now we're seeing off on the Wrecking Ball for Triumph at the beginning, so they're going to go with that again. They're actually going with the dive here on this map at the start for Triumph.
I mean, it's certainly aggressive. They're looking for ways to engage and decisively take down heroes like that Widowmaker. That said, this tank line is going to make it pretty difficult for them. Sigma Orisa loves to take a dive hero and just eat them up. So they'll have to play very cautiously and hope that they get some picks here from this Widowmaker, or from Odd on the Wrecking Ball, just cleaning up in the back line.
Yeah, off just doing things on the Wrecking Ball that you want to see Wrecking Ball doing. So that works out. As you have on the front line, though, the only problem is Maxwell is able to even things back up. So you have a pretty even fight where this normally happens here on this first point. It's just a matter of who's going to be able to take advantage, and it looks like Maxwell's the one making the biggest difference.
Yeah, Cratos might start to stabilize here, but Off is doing such a good job of keeping them like on their back foot. And now it's simple enough for Niche to just kind of walk in and start taking advantage of that chaos. They're cleaning up pretty easily here, and this is looking like smooth sailing for Triumph off of this very interesting dive offense.
Yeah, and they are able to get this first point with really not much issue after they win that initial fight. It was a long initial fight, but they won the fight nonetheless, and both sides still don't have any ultimates, though. The ultimate's starting to get a little bit close, though, for Cratos.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be building up. Those fights were not quite decisive enough to build anything up consistently, but even so, building them up now through Streets phase means that we're just going through some crazy fights.
And here comes the Primal Rage, the first ultimate that's going to come out and really just disrupt. That's all it's doing. Valen's got to be careful there not to go down. Manages to stay alive, at least for the moment. Is probably on the high ground, going to use the Gravitic Bucks. Pulls up the Genji, who tried to get something with that blade, but ends up not getting anything at all. Or sorry, that wasn't the blade, just was deflecting. But either way, it's looking good now for Cratos. They stopped this cart in one of the best places to stop it as a defense.
A good stabilization, but an expensive fight overall. They used 4 ultimates there, so they're going to have to try and build those up again. Play a little bit of a disadvantage. They pulled the Primal from Niche, which is great, and now they're getting the Infrasight out from Valen. But the Blade and the Rally is a dangerous combo, and Off has been getting some great value off of his Wrecking Ball, and his Mines are nothing to sniff at.
And now the Blade will come out. Looking is Nas to at least get something done with it. He gets the immortality field and forces back. Everybody stays alive is the most important part for Cratos, but now they've got mines that they have to go through, and 6 feet is the first one to fall. Cratos starting to lose players. This cart's going to get rolling.
Yeah, I mean, good use of the mines there, but almost in complete reverse, an expensive fight for Triumph. Though Borkin does use the supercharger as well, so it's not a complete loss in terms of the ultimate economy. And they get the second point, which is pretty valuable. Now Niche is coming up on another Primal Rage, and these DPS ultimates can kick off pretty quickly if they play their cards right, but they'll have to contest against the Amplification Matrix coming out from Cratos.
And see when Cratos decides to actually use that, you know, just kind of right now, both teams, they haven't really actually gone towards each other just yet, you know, kind of just trying
looking at each other.
Yeah, they're getting onto that high ground, just looking to maybe start creating something, and Now you have the Primal Rage be the first thing to come out, but Default switching over to that McCree, making the difference there. And then Maxwell coming through, doesn't get a whole lot with the Blade, but he still keeps his team in front as far as the kills.
I like the swap to the McCree. It feels like a natural answer to the Wrecking Ball, just providing a little more CC to keep him honest. And in general, a great mid-range option right now. He's certainly not a bad pick, and I think the Widowmaker loses some of his advantages in this last phase. So that could be a pretty big edge for them. And Default already building up quite a bit of that Deadeye. They'll just have to wait out this Infraside, I think, before pushing too decisively.
We're just waiting it out right now, like you said, and they have a Gravitic Flux that'll be waiting for them when they come out of either of those sides. You can see them just kind of looking, waiting. Default's still on this McCree too, so about to get to the Deadeye, as we'll save that for the dive for that flashbang. Throws it out. Gravitic Flux now getting used, but stunned out of it was probably. And now you have the Blade coming out from Nas. Lights away at the Immortality field. Nobody down with it just yet, but the follow-up damage too much. And the swap over from off to this Zarya adds a lot of damage in too.
I am loving these adaptations from both teams. I think the McCree did fine. I just think he starts to lose his value in a brawl situation, especially when there's a Winston in your face. That's kind of a big deal. And then I like the Zarya swap because it gives you Winston a little extra insurance when you're fighting in these enclosed spaces, and gives a little extra heft to your Ana or your Genji or anybody like that that you want a little extra protection for. So great swap.
Always good to use it with the Dragon Blade too. Those bubbles, Default Deadeyeing from behind, but can do nothing but go down. Can't even get the skulls to light up the screen. This well in control for the side of Triumph. The Blade from Nas, and now the Graviton third to clean it up. It's going to be a very good time bank for this attack for Triumph.
Oh yeah, I mean, that swap to Zarya just completely changes the dimensions of Triumph's win conditions. It provides you so much extra damage, some extra utility against the burst damage from Kratos' DPS line, and a little extra insurance for your supports. In a geometric situation like that, Zarya, I definitely think, is a really good pick, and the Winston got a ton of value, frankly, way more than I was expecting. So now Kratos have to really go back to the drawing board. I think they made a good initial, they moved in the right direction with the McCree, but I think there's more work to be done if they're going to counter a composition like that again. And they have a tall order coming through on their attack.
We've seen Roadhog and Reaper come out sometimes from teams that just want to do everything they can to stop it. You know, Mei is always an option too. You play that, can play that full anti-dive composition to force a team off if you really want to. And they didn't do it there, at least the full anti-dive, but we're seeing it as far as the defense here for Triumph. They really don't need to switch anything. They go from the dive over to now the Widowmaker and the Genji, and stay with those tanks that have become mainstays in the Sigma and the Orisa.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, I think the tank swaps on the attack made perfect sense. I think trying to run them on defense would be a little silly. So going back to air quotes bog standard makes a lot of sense, I think, for their defense. Kratos at the same time look like they're pulling out much the same. So this is a mirror, and we have to see if that's going to be enough to overcome the extra wrinkle that Triumph has thrown their way.
May make a difference. It's all going to be about the next defense for that, because no wrinkles here. Everything's smooth because everything's the same. But you have to still win this pretty consistently. And Maxwell, when there was the mirror, that's where there's the biggest struggles, it felt like, from Cratos, at least for the Baptiste difference. That seemed to be one of the big differences that we saw. But Default on Widowmaker is a difference in and of itself, giving an early advantage over to Cratos.
Yeah, I mean, instant difference in the number of personnel Triumph have available on the field. Out goes the headshot, and then this fight suddenly might start to snowball because that immortality goes down.
Yeah, they have that advantage thanks to the immortality field, but still have to work through the players that are here. Blade coming out from Nas, swiping at Maxwell, gets one, now manages to get damage onto two other targets that helps turn this into Triumph's favor.
I've always been so impressed by Nas. Like his mechanical skill and his general awareness on such a great variety of flex DPS heroes has always been very impressive to me. His tracking throughout that Genji ultimate was great. Usually when I try and dash towards somebody as Genji, I get behind them and then I lose where they are. So for him to be able to track the other Genji in the air and kill him like that was frankly very impressive, and a great hold so far for Trump.
Great presence of mind to know where not just you are, but where the enemy player is. There's something like that. Amplification matrix out from both sides, just trying to eat as much damage as both Sigmas. And now you finally have players starting to fall. Gunther going to be one that gets lost. Nas is out too, but the Gravitic Flux, massive from off to keep them in front for Triumph.
Great value off of that Flux. I don't know if I would have committed the rally too, but they wanted to play it safe. I get that. There's not much time left on the bank here, and they're just doing their best to hold it down, and I respect that. That said, Kratos are coming back here with damn near 5 ultimates, and they're going to have plenty of options to take this next fight against not too many options to counter them from the side of Triumph.
Yeah, really just the Supercharger available for Triumph, but the Supercharger alone can win you a fight. But the Gravitic Flux is massive here at the beginning from Krawi, and now the follow-up from Gunther and co, along with the Blade, ensures that they're at least going to see the next part of the map.
Yeah, much like Triumph's commitment on that last defense before this fight started, the commitment from Kratos on the offense is equally strong. They know that they have a lot of work to do to get this around that first checkpoint, and that is never guaranteed on a map like Junkertown. So yeah, use the Blade, use the Flux, use the Rally, get what you need done. Now the Infrasight coming out will give them a bit of an informational advantage as we get into Street Fights.
And really with 204 for Triumph's clock, like even if you don't have the biggest time bank, Triumph isn't going to be that much further ahead of you as far as time. So just live to fight another day, and that's what they've done. And now for Triumph, they can try and maintain some control here if they can deal with this Supercharger with no problem. And that's exactly what they're going to be able to do and get themselves, again, another good spot defensively.
This composition and this meta in general is not a fan of quick rotations. So Triumph knew they had the time to focus down the Orisa, who was pretty much on her own waiting for the rest of the team to catch up in that mega health pack room there on the right side of that street. So good focus fire from Triumph and good understanding of the win condition there, and knowing that, hey, we can just catch this Orisa out right now and that fight is over. Also a fairly economical push. So now like ultimates are building up for both sides, and there's a Blade online for Nos. So this could be the start of a pretty decent hold.
It still keeps them in front, right? It still gives them an advantage that they're happy to have for Triumph. And you know, it was good until everybody just starts to fall is the only problem. Cratos making sure that they can keep themselves in front of that.
We amped them up way too much. Sorry, Grant.
Yeah.
My bad. I was talking about how great that was going for you guys, and naturally that means that you're doomed to fail. At least they didn't use that many ultimates, I guess. Ultimately, I think it was just a great amplification matrix coming out from 6 feet. It really just caught them unawares. A couple of them were like turned around, and then suddenly you're just getting melted by 50% extra damage. There's not much you can do about that but die. So a good quick, clean team fight, for Cratos, and a recontest coming out now.
And now you're looking for a quick team fight for the other way. Maxwell using the Blade, though, answers the Gravitic Flux so well, and Nas is only able to get one with his Blade, so maybe an overcommittal from Triumph there.
I think they thought they had a better chance than they did, and I think Kratos were just too prepared for them to come out of that like stairwell. They were well prepared for that rotation, and very simple for them at that point to just pop the Blade, run down the hallway, and swing at everybody at once. Quintuple kill is a very satisfying sound to hear if you're Kratos.
Anytime you get that kill streak going, you have to feel good. And Krawi has to feel good too. Already has himself another ultimate available, and Maxwell and co already back out in front again, and now they've got the Supercharger to help them do so.
That rotation from Triumph felt kind of half-baked for me. They were like, yeah, well, we need to go to high ground. And then someone said, well, why? And they said, well, just because you're supposed to. They didn't feel like they had a plan once they got there. They just wanted to set up there because it's what you're supposed to do. I think they need to be a little more decisive in what they're actually trying to do when they get there, because in Overwatch, it's not the journey, it's the destination. You're not here to sightsee, you're here to win a fight. So a bit of a misstep for them in terms of rotations and fight management, but overall not insurmountable.
And they're still going to be in front if you have this map completed by Cratos. But there's a great use of the amplification matrix to have default just free fire in. Nas just trying to help deal with the Bob, but now has to focus on players as this cart is getting too close to finishing the map. Players trying to escape for Cratos, keep themselves alive, and in a position to win this fight. And Default, again, finding another elimination, pushing them further in front for Cratos. The DPS starting to make the difference, and out comes the blade from Maxwell to clean it up.
I mean, I want to shout out the front line of Cratos there as we end that round, because they have just been able to be so stalwart and let the DPS just move around them. Maxwell has been doing a great job of just being on the flank, just kind of popping up behind corners, dealing damage where he needs to, and getting out alive. At the same time, Default is holding the high ground or whatever position he wants as a sniper or Ash or anybody else, and getting tons of damage down. He's hitting his shots, which John Madden analysis time means that you deal more damage. So as a hit scan, that's your #1 priority, and he's nailing that. His accuracy, we don't have live stat cards like the Overwatch League, but I'm going to assume it's pretty good because he has been hitting his shots, getting value, making things happen in that role. But that's really enabled by the front line, because if you don't have somebody setting up on point and just providing that presence and that like taunting, like you have to take care of us first, the DPS just fall right over. So great job from Cratos all around there on that attack. They really kept it going strongly through that last phase of the map, and that helps them have any sort of time bank when there's nothing to say Triumph couldn't have held them well before that.
Yeah, and there's not a significant difference as far as the time banks here, though, too, is I think one thing to point out as well. Like, you have a 48-second difference between these two time banks, so it's about the first fight for sure, and we know that the compositions are going to be the same here, at least while we have Cratos being the attacking team, and they rush themselves up to the high ground to try and get control, try to allow for Default to get in a position to really win them a fight. And so far, they're taking the space that's being given to them, and now Maxwell engages in, close to going down, gets healed right back up, though. And now, looks like they might be setting up at Crossfire.
Both teams playing a little more cautiously here, taking time to check all of their angles, find out where everybody is, and then strike.
And striking first is Default on that flank, on the side, gives the advantage over to Cratos, but you still have so many players available for Triumph to try and hold this, but it doesn't go too well for them. Once they lose the pressure from the Widow, they lose the fight.
I mean, I will respect Triumph at least for understanding we're a man down, the time bank is running down, we might as well just try and clutch this out and die, rather than trying to run away and staggering things out.
Makes a difference, because now you can have that earlier hold here once the doors start to open, and you can see that they are regrouping for Triumph together to try and stop this fight as early as possible, trying to get advantage of the high ground. Valen, I think, might have spot out where Default was. Not sure if he saw him or not, but either way, the fight on the high ground, off just throwing in those hyperspheres, try and force back Cratos. And Cratos right now, Cart finally ends up having to become a factor, and that lets all hell break loose, and Maxwell's blade is too much to handle for Triumph.
Cratos have done a much better job this map of taking down Vigilante's immortality fields early and making sure that they can get value for Maxwell's blades. That is the centerpiece of their composition. They really want to make sure those get value and end those fights decisively, because even one person can try and clutch things out and really wrinkle their overtime push where you cannot leave the cart. So good on them for focusing down those cooldowns, understanding their win conditions with their ultimates, and just executing that really effectively from street.
Rabbinic Flux is used on either side. Offs getting a little bit in. Supercharger out, though, too, from Triumph to try and end this here. Nas with the blade swinging through, manages to help get one player down. 3 players go down for Triumph, though, and Boston Uprising Academy still going, or Uprising, I'm thinking of the last game that we did. This is Triumph and Cratos. Cratos still going.
Hey, they all start to blend together. They're the same maps, the same comps, you know, like, what are you going to do? But like you said, I mean, the great job, I want to say great job to 6 Feet there, who stayed alive through that fight, but also kept his front line alive while Nos was just doing his damnedest to take down that Orisa. When you see a Genji consistently just smacking the Orisa in the back of the head and she's not dying, you know your healers are doing so much work. So really good on them to keep that push going.
Supports make a difference in the game. Dragon Blades can too. Maxwell swiping through one player, helps get a second one down. And Triumph here in this overtime push have been going since the doors opened on Streets phase.
I mean, I just feel like Maxwell has a blade every fight, and he's always getting 1 or 2 kills off of them and then building a quarter to halfway to another one over the course of a single fight. And these have not been long fights either. He's doing a tremendous amount of work that cannot be understated. Triumph, though, coming back with a couple of ultimates. Let's see if they can get some value out of this window to help enable their front line to build up their ultimates again, or at least be prickly enough to finally stop this push. Otherwise, Cratos are going to cap all 6.
And has to be careful, too. Default knows where everyone is. Now out will come that amplification matrix. A lot of damage reflected away from it, though, by Maxwell, but he doesn't have the deflect anymore. And now it's Knox's turn with the blade. Already through one, swiping through another, and it's finally Triumph stopping this cart. Not wanting to stop just yet is Krawi, but it's not going to be enough. They get like 3/4 of the way, a little bit more through this map. Just the fact that they get to see that final point is so impressive from Triumph with their timing they had.
I mean, all said and done, that's a fantastic push for Cratos. Like, you take that any day of the week. Now Triumph have a little more time in the bank, but they have a very tall order ahead of them, because this does not, I would say this does not normally happen on an overtime push. Normally you're stopped in Streets or something to that effect. You don't usually make it all the way down unless you're getting into some real clown fiestas, which bring back very bad memories for me as a Dallas Fuel fan back in the day, but you know, we take this. Cratos are feeling very happy.
Still going that way, by the way, for Dallas.
I try not to think about that anymore. I work for a different team, and I don't have to care about them.
Yeah.
Oh boy. So yeah, Triumph now, I mean, there's a win condition. There is a future they can envision where they see themselves walking through the halftime break 2-0.
Do they go dive? Do they go dive again?
I don't know. I kind of think they should. I don't know if they'll show us that, or if this means that they're not going to do it. It worked. Like, it was effective. I don't know if they maybe think like, Cratos will be ready for that this time, which I don't think is necessarily true. It looks like we are getting some swaps. There we go. There we go.
There it is.
I like to see this. I like it. It was effective last time. Why change it up? Try again. And if not, you got time to switch it back.
Yeah, they have the bigger time bank. It's not significantly bigger. Again, only a 48-second difference between the two teams as far as that. One of the difference here is the aggressiveness that we're seeing from Cratos. They were playing up basically at the doors, trying to stymie this dive before it can even get started, and it just backfires. It goes all in favor of Triumph, and now they're going to have that ultimate advantage too.
Just before anything, shout out to the dashes from Nos there. That was glorious. Just beautiful.
Chef's kiss.
Yeah, very chef's kiss. I think a big part of this composition that's so good is just the fact that we've always known when big like shield focused comps come out, which is that Winston deals damage through shields, and he deals a lot of cleave damage to literally everybody he can hit. He's so effective against these type of compositions, and he can be punished, but so far that's just not the case. Never mind, I spoke way too soon.
Maxwell, it happens to the best of us. It just does. And Maxwell being on this Torbjorn makes that dive so much more difficult. You have to deal with all the damage that the Torb can put out himself, along with the fact that he's got his handy dandy turret that will be placed down. And then, oh yeah, there's Default 2 still that can do everything on the edge.
I mean, this is exactly the adaptation they needed, frankly. I didn't think of it because I try really hard not to think about Torbjorn ever. But ultimately, like, it handles the Wrecking Ball. It handles the Winston with its front-loaded rivet gun damage. In general, it applies pressure to the snipers and to Genji as well. I mean, Torbjorn is a very effective pick against this sort of composition. Now Triumph have to see, I mean, there's not much time. They have some ultimates. They want to try and make this work, and they'll have some time for some last-minute swaps, but they really have to try and get this right. This is one of their last chances to get an overtime push going.
Well, they're going to throw out the ultimates here to make sure they can try and keep this going. But Nas dies while using the blade, and they're forcing the other players back. The Widow not getting much value at all either in this side for Triumph, finally getting one kill. And now you have maybe a little bit, but Default It's too much. 2 players quickly down, and Crowley on the point, along with Maxwell, can keep this going. But it's Default. Default is the one making the biggest difference, at least this point. It's now down to Default and Nas.
And Nos has to stay on the point, too. It's so difficult for him. But off is back.
Not able to do so. Supercharger down 2 to keep players there for Cratos. Overtime starting to go. You're starting to see swaps coming in from either side to just get back to the cart quickly. And this is anyone's fight. Default going down was the key for this being almost over for Triumph before. But Cratos not able to keep the defense alive and going. Maxwell will get 1, but that's all. This cart will manage to see the streets phase in overtime.
So Cratos tried to swap to a last minute, like very brawly comp, just like get in their face and force them off the point. But I don't think the Moira was as effective as they wanted it to be, and I certainly don't think the Reinhardt was as effective as they wanted it to be, because Off was still just spinning to win, because that's just what he loves to do, it seems, and I respect that. Vigilante also getting a really key sleep that really helped change that fight and keep them from being displaced off the cart. But now they still have such a tall order ahead of them and no time to do it on. They must be perfect for the rest of this map.
Ooh, Valen gets a lot of information too by staying on the Widow and using the infrared sight, so they know where those players from Cratos are going to come. The Echo in the sky now for Nas. Throws those sticky bombs out. It's a very different composition, but it's working for Triumph, and the cart keeps moving.
This is the kind of Overwatch you love to see. This is the rock, paper, scissors, but there's 30 different hand signals you can make. And that's what makes this so good. That last minute recall, oh my. This has just been chaos in the best way. These teams are trying to find any weakness they can in each other. The Torbjorn coming out, the Echo swap, the Reinhardt. There's so many different wrinkles here that you're seeing, but Triumph just took the entire street phase while I'm trying to talk about rock, paper, scissors. There wasn't even really a fight. There was just a bunch of weird 1v1s.
Never anything together. And now that they are together, you can use the Nano Boost on to your main tank. Throw out a ton of damage. Molten Core to try and answer to the mines. And the Molten Core, almost giving it up there, but managed to keep it at least for the moment, but not enough. It's Cratos tying this up 1-1. The ultimate's too strong in the end.
I mean, that was great. That was very close. That was a heartbreaker for Triumph. You name the cool adjective that probably applies to that game. I mean, such great adaptation coming out from both sides all the time. You absolutely love to see stuff like that. Huge clutch plays all the way through, some great understanding of counters and win conditions and things like that. But ultimately, Cratos just came out a little more on top. I think their ultimates were too strong in a zoning sense that as soon as they built them up, there was really nothing Triumph could do with their composition to try and hold them back.
And if you think about it too, like that was for Triumph, their map to lose. They had the bigger time bank, they had the better attack. Very good answers from Cratos, but still the fact that it goes that way is definitely a bit of a blow for Triumph, who really need this game more so than Cratos does.
Certainly. I mean, there's time for them to bring it back, and it's not like this has been a blowout for either side. I am loving how close this is. But the cleaner they can win it, the better. So these guys are still going to kick themselves about Junkertown.
Definitely are. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll have Temple of Anubis here for you, so don't go anywhere.
So you queue up for Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this, which then leads to this, and oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elo Hell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just
Oh my god, it's huge! Oh no! Kill! Let's go!
Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played, competitively.
I need help.
I'm with you.
Shoot.
No way, dude.
Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then 2 captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the Elo Hell Pickup Games Discord, and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
Academy. They lay down the shatter. Let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%. Right now with Hydra building up to this Bear Barrage so quickly. Oh, and asking.
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact se escucha de abajo gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We've got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting till it's for sure lost. Winnable!
We're tied 1-1 between Cratos and Triumph. Lobosco and Thibbledork here with you, getting ready for our third map. Temple of Anubis is where we get to go. And we know that there's this possibility of a dive coming out from Triumph that, you know, we both liked, but eventually Cratos was sort of able to answer it a little bit.
Yeah, I think realizing that, hey, doesn't Torbjorn like counter literally everything they're trying to do, proved to be a pretty big revelation for Cratos. And I don't think it's any stretch to say that they might just pull that out again the moment that Triumph try and show that dive offense again. That said, Anubis might not be as forgiving for that sort of composition anyways. And if Triumph know that already, they're not going to waste time with that. They'll go back to the bog standard meta composition and just go with that. So,
I mean, they could always throw the ball in there, you know, that disruption is always there.
I think off in general, like that's been a highlight of his play. Not to say that his Sigma is bad or anything, but just like he shows great awareness in how he wants to disrupt the enemy team and just in general is really good at and living, and he's just really good at like bouncing people around and then getting out of there. He knows what his job is as a wrecking ball. It's to just be a large ball. I don't know where I was going with that, but he does that job very well.
He does it well, and he's play. Listen, when you're ball, you're a giant ball, and you want to disrupt, and that's what he does.
Isn't it some real John Madden analysis to say you have to be the ball? Like that feels pretty appropriate for how we've been taking these casts today. You gotta be the ball. And Off is listening. He hears the voice of John Madden, even though he's Korean and wouldn't understand what he was saying. He feels it in his heart that he has to be the ball. Except he's playing Sigma, so throw all that out. Sorry. We're looking at bog standard stuff again, but Nos on the Junkrat. I love this. I love Junkrat. I think he's really good on this point of Anubis specifically, and I think there is great opportunity here for them to throw another curveball at these guys and just say, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah. Also, by the way, Off another extremely young player. 17. Just wanted to point that out there. But you're right. Like deal with the Junkrat. How are you going to do that if you're Cratos? And Cratos looks like they might do. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no. There's your answer for how they're going to deal with it. Not well at the start. Maxwell goes down early and a swap to the Genji comes out. The Sombra, though, coming out from default could be interesting. I don't know how much they're going to get out of that personally, but there's a chance. So let's see how that one goes. Because that could, a good EMP here would frankly ruin Triumph's day.
Ruins everybody's day for the most part if you're on the receiving end of an EMP, I would imagine. It's not exactly something that I think anybody wants to have happen to them when they're playing this game. But one thing that you are okay with doing right now, if you're trying, is conceding some space, allow your Junkrat to still spam out, stay alive, get close to that tire as fast as possible, keep control of the high ground. But now you have that rotation up top coming from Cratos. Looks like they're trying to chase them down and get that immortality field out in default. Well, not going so well against the Junkrat right now.
Oh man, I'm usually forced to play tank in my rank games, but when I get to play DPS, I play Junkrat. So seeing this is very, very satisfying. That said, Kratos turning this around somehow, Maxwell getting a couple extra picks, and the extra rotation coming out seems to be enough for them to start taking this first point.
Maxwell, Nas looked like the better Genji after our first map, but now it's Maxwell who's been just really showing up in the kill feed all the time.
He's warmed up, man. He flipped the switch. I don't know what else to say. That looked like a lost fight. I don't really know what happened. I think they just said, oh, wait, no, we can, like, heal up and then just walk back into them, and they don't really have an answer for it. Like, I think Triumph got one person picked off, and Kratos were just able to flip the switch there and really understand their conditions. So, good on them. And now they're starting another push.
Dynamite out too to get a lot of early damage from Triumph 2 off, building up to another Gravitic Flux. Not quite there just yet. Players starting to come onto the point. Amplification Matrix gets thrown down, and it's the Riptire double kill that stops this push from Kratos.
Someone send this VOD to Jake. He'll be very pleased. I think that is a great way to economically hold that first attack. That said, Kratos didn't use anything coming up on that. I think they knew that they wanted to try and pull out some ultimates before attempting their next push. Their time bake certainly allows it. That said, Triumph, with a Bob, a Flux, and a Supercharger, they could get some pretty decent value here without having to spend too much. So these next couple fights are going to be all about who spends more ultimates and how much value do they get out of each.
And you can still build very quickly to those ultimates once you've made those switches. So it's not like this is the end of the world as far as the DPS are concerned. Maxwell going in, gets the Supercharger out. That's the first thing. We also have a Torbjorn out there now. Gravitic Flux pulling players in on either side. Probably slams his down. Nobody going down yet, but Maxwell has the blade out, swiping through a few targets. Nobody dead yet. An even fight so far. EMP, I think, got used there too and didn't get anything. And now the defense starts to push back in until Maxwell comes back through for Triumph. But the trades favor the defense.
Niche channeling his inner evil toaster. You'll love to see it, backing into a corner and throwing his shield down. Unfortunately for Maxwell, he actually missed the last swipe that I think would have taken Niche out, or at the very least gotten him a little bit lower. So you're kicking yourself there if you're Maxwell. And frankly, so is Kratos in general. They use a lot of ultimates there. Triumph still holding on to an amplification matrix. So this looks to be like some more holds for Triumph in their future. I'm knocking on all the wooden surfaces near me right now. And I think the swap to Torbjorn as well was very effective.
Makes it a little bit more difficult for Maxwell to do anything. And speaking of Maxwell doing something, he died. So the stagger comes out too.
That is a thing that these players do sometimes. That's fair. Sometimes Bob too. When you say Bob do something, sometimes he dies, and you can't technically say he's not doing anything. You know, a big unlucky there, but it's a quick disengage for them and a quicker re-engage as well. Again, he's not a slow guy, so they're right back in those fights.
Taking their time, though, being very deliberate with where they want to go. Amplification Matrix goes down. Accretion Rock sneaking through from Krawi, though, gets out one of the most important players. And now the Molten Core, you can try and pull players in all you like. You're down too many at this point, and now they can just push on to the point for Kratos and start to build up percentage.
I think Kratos actually faked Triumph out and made it look like they were going to rotate into that right side page, right side from the defender's perspective. But then they went right through main again and surprised them with that initial pick with the accretion. Now it's simple enough for them to just clean up on this point and cap the whole thing.
Yep, no problems cleaning up those last few stragglers coming by. Not a massive time bank by any stretch, Thibble, but a good time bank to have nonetheless. The amount of time, minute 47, so they don't get the advantage of, if there's over 2 minutes for Triumph, they get to keep whatever time that is.
Right. I mean, on Anubis, man, there's not even a guarantee that you finish the whole map. So them getting 2 points, they're at least breathing a small sigh of relief for that. That said, they would have loved to have a slightly higher time bank, I imagine. A couple of those pushes were stopped by early picks or strange wrinkles from Junkrats. Great adaptation from Triumph again. I think just that faked out rotation on that very last fight really threw them off, and a great heads up play from Cratos to try and fake them out, assuming that's intentional and not just like some weird miscommunication that happened.
Had to be.
Oh yeah, we always attribute it to skill and coordination here in Tier 2 Overwatch. Now though, Triumph. I know we're not supposed to talk about attacking team setups, but we are seeing some Winston Hammond here, and I'm very curious to see how effective this sort of composition might be on Anubis.
Well, defensively, the one thing we can talk about is that we are seeing the Sombra again come out.
That's very true. Yeah, I mean, the EMPs weren't getting a ton of value, but they were still getting something, and I think it would be even more effective against the composition Triumph's running now. So, by all means, set up in that mega health pack room there on the right side in that first place they try and push, and you have a huge health advantage in those team fights.
Can hack the Winston. Yeah, they hack the Winston or hack the ball, and you're already seeing that happen in this one, and now the decision-making of Triumph is something we have to see. What do they have as the answer to this? Do they stay with it? And so far, it looks like they're going to just try it out for a little bit longer.
I'm curious about that, but I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. I think... Oh, nope, there goes the Zarya swap. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I don't think a Wrecking Ball can really do much of anything except donate to the Tooth Kitchen when a Sombra's around, but the Zarya swap is a good idea.
I mean, if you're to the side of Cratos, you'll take those donations without fail, right? Of
They're
course.
Hungry Wolves. They need it. They need
and hungry for sure is Gunther on that Brigitte. Gets the whip shot kill onto the Winston, and now everybody has to back away for Triumph, and they have to restart and figure out what they're going to do here again, try again.
I think this is Nisha's last opportunity to switch before his primal rage percentage gets a little too high to justify swapping. That said, it looks like they're going to commit on this. I think they just really have to focus down the Sangha first, or at very least find some way to get that early advantage on man up, because otherwise the hacks are going to bring you a man right back down.
Neech making sure to stay alive. One going on that dive default, gets the hack on, and 6 feet gets the kill onto Neech, and Maxwell pulls the blade out. Not actually going to get anything with it, but still forces players back for Triumph, and their time just continues to dwindle.
The silver lining for Triumph is that Kratos used 2 ultimates there to win the fight. The not silver lining for Triumph is that Kratos won that fight. Now it's clear, I think, that the Sombra, they're just a little too prepared for these dives at this point. And the geometry of this first point really enables them to be that level of prepared. Now they have to see if they can get a little more with their
Very, very good halt. Doesn't allow for Neech to even get the cleave damage on an EMP. Along with Maxwell gets the damage. Nos with the blade can try to get onto players, but he can't do anything with it. Neech uses the primal rage, but it's just a desperation primal rage at this point. This is another fight not going Triumph's way.
I think this is now their opportunity to say, okay, we tried with our ultimates, we pulled out the EMP, we're not going to get anything out of this, we need to swap. That said, it looks like they tried to pre-contest, and then Kratos, they're just winning the fight again. So this is extra time off their bank that they really can't afford to lose. And these swaps need to come through right now because they're running out of time.
Yeah, and the time bank is already past that point where you would normally want to switch anyway. So it looks like they're going to just maybe stick with this and keep this going, Thibble, as we have hit the minute mark.
I guess they don't think they'll be able to build up any ultimates on an Orisa or anything like that, or a Reinhardt even. That said, I mean, if these past fights are any indicator, I don't know if this is really the play. Default Sombra has just been on point. I think the cleanup coming through from the front line and from Maxwell has been really good, and Kratos had a lot of ultimates here.
They have the supercharger, they have the amplification matrix, already have that amplification matrix come through. Bob is out, blade from Maxwell, one already down, looking for more, swiping through, doesn't get the kills, but gets the damage out, and Crawley can help take care of the Bob, who finally goes away. Keeping themselves in front, at least for the moment, is Cratos, but working, getting really low.
They're retreating now, and there might be a chance for Triumph to recontest on there, but it's going to be very, very close. At the very least, they're finally getting here on this last point. Those last couple picks are starting to give them that opportunity, and they have that desperation aggression as Maxwell and Gunther go down.
And they have some ultimates that they can use on this next point. They will be able to open this up, attack that final point, and at least I'm trying to have somewhere near the time bank that you have on the side of Cratos.
That feels like a bit of a flood for Cratos, frankly. They were holding so well, and then all of a sudden, they just kind of fell over. It's like that classic rank game thing where your teammates all realize, like, this is our last chance. We might as well, like, actually try and play the game. And then they win the fight. Like, that's what Triumph did. They just realized, like, this is the last chance we got. Press all your buttons. And then they won.
Well,
good.
I was saying, they can press all their buttons here, but they kind of hold off on it, and they had such a big advantage.
I think they were maybe trying to pull out the EMP or the Flux or something first, because if they tried to Blade and then get EMP'd, or if they throw in Bob and he gets hacked again, that's, you know, you're throwing away your best chance at taking the second point. So good on them in terms of discipline, but at the same time, good on Cratos too. They didn't use anything, and suddenly they're no better off than when they started.
And now they use 2 ultimates. They use the EMP and they use the rally to get aggressive. Maxwell can build up to that Torbjorn ultimate. He got the hammer. Oh no, it was the turret. It was the turret. I thought it looked like a hammer on my screen. A little pixelated for me, unfortunately. But Nietzsche uses the ultimate, and he's just going to have to run away because Triumph not going to be able to do it on this push.
That grab was ambitious. It was ambitious. I'll give him that. Bless his heart. I just don't think that was the play. They were already a man down. I thought that was going to be like, okay, I'm grabbing because I'm going to switch. But then he didn't. So now I'm just wondering why he used it. But at the very least, they have their DPS ultimates and they have a nano boost. And Cratos only have the supercharger. So this is still an opportunity for Triumph.
An opportunity that they have to go into the supercharger with, swinging on. But a well-timed immortality field stops Nos dead in his tracks. Maxwell using that molten core on the point, but winning on it is Triumph. And now they can try and force back those players, have to try and get back and get healed as Niche, as now you have the recontest coming back through for Cratos.
I mean, great. Oh, man. Great recontest, I think, coming out here from Cratos. The swap to the ball, obviously a classic stall pick. What was weirdly most impactful, I think, about that recontest was the molten core from Maxwell. I know we kind of saw him just like spinning his mouse around and just flying hot lava everywhere, but sometimes that's really the best way to make sure that the enemy team doesn't know how to get out. And it was clear from Nisha's awkward disengage that he really didn't know how to skirt around that, and that gave Cratos the time they needed to get back in there and punish that aggression from him. And now they're holding, and there's not much time left for Triumph.
They only need 33% for Triumph. This is the good thing. Able to get 2 picks, a massive help. Default getting 1 down. Cry again. 2 kills in, and Maxwell helping clean it up. Oh, was he ulting and went down too? This is such a tough win here to try and get this for Triumph, and now they can't even get there for Cratos. They're going to be able to complete this, and they'll get another chance to attack.
I don't know if Cratos were aware of just how many ultimates Triumph really had to bear, and maybe thought they could push up pretty aggressively and just hold the line. And then they started to realize, like, oh, wait, no, we kind of have to go back and actually defend the point. There's Bob there. They're just rotating over there. They don't care about us holding that far forward. Then the Flux comes out. That gets canceled out, which is a huge loss for them. It could have pulled people off the point, given people time to recontest, dealt some damage, you name it. Instead, it does nothing. The Bob actually gets some work done, and Triumph's not afraid, even though they have so little time, to just rush onto the point, say, we need to get this last tick, and you're not going to stop us. And now we're looking at extra rounds.
And I lied. No time was left for Triumph.
No.
There is time, though, for Cratos, but not a lot of time for Cratos, which means we have the chance for the draw to happen.
If you are Triumph, you are spamming #drawable in the chat, I suppose. But 147 with attacks like the ones that Cratos have been putting out, it's not unlikely that they win, I think. That said, Nos swapping over to the Torbjorn, providing a little extra pressure onto the Sombra. You can't hack people for 2 seconds if you are damaged. So if that turret hits you once, you lose out on your ability to hack someone on the front line. And that can be very, very impactful.
Well, Default can go do the rollout scout and find out about that and make a swap. And that's exactly what's going to happen.
Good call.
Go over to the Ash.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the play. Triumph cannot adapt in response to that. They have to stick with the Torbjorn. It's not the worst pick for them overall, no matter what Kratos are playing, but I think they really brought that out thinking that Sombra was going to stick, and now they have to adapt again.
They do at least take some time off the clock here. You already have the turret out. Very good focus from Maxwell to make sure that that's something that he doesn't have to deal with. Cry and company making their way through, though, for Kratos on towards that high ground where you have Triumph holding. And players getting a little bit low, but backing up to make sure they stay alive. Nos about to, I think, already put that turret down again, so they already have another turret in place. And Valen on the high ground needs to be contested with. And now, ooh, nice shot, was waiting. Knew that player was coming on that flank. Runs away, and now you're in a position where you're out of time for Kratos. They've got to try and force their way onto point, and that's what they're going to do behind the amplification matrix. Off eating a lot of damage. Maxwell gets a kill but goes down. Borkin will get a kill too to throw them in front for Kratos, but you have a chance still available for Triumph to come back in this, but Immortality Field ends up being too much. They throw the amp matrix down in desperation. Gravitic Flux pulling these players up on either side. Crawley's is it's way too big, and it will be Kratos who takes a 2-1 lead.
I mean, I think there was a lot to look at in that fight, but I think overall, one thing that really stuck out to me was how late Kratos activated their immortality field on that last fight. They had so much time before they needed to use it, and in those last moments where it's really just like two people brawling in the street, at night outside a bar or whatever sort of metaphor you want to create, having that immortality field is a ridiculous advantage that I don't think Triumph really expected. So they push forward thinking, okay, their cooldowns are down. We have a chance to really shut this in their face. And then Kratos just said, nah, man, we're good. We want to win this map. Draws suck.
Yeah, for two people brawling outside of a bar, they're probably both really drunk. So if you throw an immortality field on, yeah, I don't think that other guy is going to be able to do anything about that. So I think your analogy works. I was thinking about it there for a second. So
I was trying to throw you something that would be familiar to you. I know you're from Chicago, so like drunken bar fights are like, I imagine that's pretty common around your neck of the woods.
I mean, I feel like any big city you can have drunken bar fights, but like
Very
right now,
true.
nobody's going into bars because
don't do it now. Have a socially distant drunken bar fight because that's just the way we need to do things. Just throw rocks or something.
And I live I live in the suburbs anyways, so like if there's drunken fights, it's like two Karens fighting at like the 4th of July fest or something. Like that's the sort of stuff that very terrifying thing if you've ever seen it happen. I haven't, thankfully, but I'm sure somebody out there has.
Yeah, neither of them wearing masks, just gnashing their teeth at each other. Ugh, gross.
Wear a mask is what we're saying. We're also saying that we're going to take a timeout because we got a little bit of a break here before we get into Blizzard World, and that's what's coming up next. So we'll see you for that. 2-1 the score in favor of Cratos right now over Triumph. Lobosco and Thibbledork here along with me, getting ready to jump into the magical, wonderful world that is Blizzard World as far as the map. The a mutual friend of ours, Morai, they love this map. You know,
Oh, yes,
not
they
everybody
do.
loves this map, but they love this map.
They have a lot of interesting opinions that I tend to ignore, generally speaking. You know, sometimes you just see a tweet from them and it's like, I'm scrolling past that. I'm not going to interact with it. I'm not going to like it. I'm not even going to acknowledge that I saw it. I'm just going to keep going. That's usually what happens when Morai tweets. But love them to death. Fantastic observing work. Even if they're trying to do it on DK bongos or DDR mats or whatever the heck they're trying these days. Anywho,
That's
Blizzard
cool, though.
World. It's a map in the game
is.
Overwatch. These two teams are going to play on it. I'm excited. What do you think is going to happen?
I think that we're going to see if Triumph is going to do the dive or not again. Like, I feel like that's kind of the thing that we've seen from them.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's what I've been feeling the most about. Like that has made this the most interesting because Kratos seems not that they have like a huge advantage in the mirror, but like Triumph throwing something else at them has made a difference at times, but it hasn't gotten them a lead.
No, I think it's kept the game close. Like you said, I don't think the mirror matchup is hugely one-sided one way or the other, but I do think Triumph throwing out some different looks has definitely kept them in the series where otherwise they might have fallen out a little harder. That said, the score is still 2-1. They still have to make something happen here on Blizzard World if they want to stay alive. So yeah, we could see some more dive. We could see some snipers come out here on Blizzard World. It's not unheard of, especially on that first point. We could see more Sombra or something coming out from either side. I don't think we'll see too many wrinkles in the tank line or the support line, frankly, but those DPS swap-ups could be what Triumph go for, or either team goes for, to try and keep their opponents on their toes.
Yeah, we have at least seen Anna a little bit, like indicative of the dive though too, right? Like that's why we see her. So like you said, like the supports are kind of, if Brigitte and Baptiste are just so strong, it's hard to not have them in your lineup. And if we're going off of what we're seeing right now, we're going to see a Sigma and a Wrecking Ball potentially from Kratos, but they're
Kratos,
still they're attacking, I think. So
yeah,
so we won't pay
the contract. We're not allowed to talk about that because we don't know. They'll swap 10 seconds before we go, and we'll look like fools.
Yes, but standard on the other side.
Sure, yeah. I mean, bog standard. I think that's fine for a point like first point on Blizzard World. I think the sightlines favor a hero like Ashe, and the cover favors a hero like Genji, so it's perfectly suitable. And in general, setting up on point with a tank line like this and a support line like this, all makes sense. All gravy there. Kratos coming out here on the Lost and Found rotation, I like it. It gives them a little extra cover from those long sightlines and some more interesting engagement options.
Yeah, and they can find their hat that they lost, you know? Check Lost and Found and see if it's there. It's the beauty of going to the Lost and Found side. But right now, all that they're finding is a high ground hold from Triumph as they try to move forward towards that point. Rotation already happening around from Triumph to be in a spot where they can handle those players as they start to come in. Dynamite damage too coming through from Valen. Has to be careful. Backs up and now starts to shoot back into those players coming around the corner. Nice little dynamite over the small half wall there too, in order to force back these players on Kratos, who kind of are just trying to get out all of these cooldowns to have a chance to come in.
I think Valen has been putting forth a quiet but impactful performance on Ashe as this fight immediately starts up again.
And already it's going heavily in favor of Triumph, who are holding strong on this defense. Amplification Matrix didn't even matter from Kratos.
No. They walked right past it. I think Kratos tried to do like the, oh yeah, we're totally backing up. Aha, got you. And Triumph said, yeah, we didn't believe you in the first place. Don't worry about it, Chief. So, I mean, simple enough for them to just go, oh, okay, they're back. Just walk past their shield, walk past their window, smack them in the face until they go away. Don't answer the voicemail. Now they have a ton of ultimates built up. They didn't really have to use anything to win that fight besides their W keys and their left clicks. So they, I mean, if they play this right, they could hold again off the back of, you know, throw Bob in there, throw a window. Here we go.
Yep, the two ultimates you just were talking about, both coming out. And they are the ones that lose out on the exchange at the beginning, though, is the problem. And now they're going to have Dragon Blades from either side to try and finish this off. Nas not really finding anything with his just yet. And this is looking pretty good for the side of Cratos, but now the Gravitic Flux from Krawi making sure that they can move on to this point.
Yeah, you definitely want to commit that flux there just to make sure you get a decisive win. Maxwell hadn't done enough yet over the course of that fight to really make sure they knew they were going to win. And that's one of those points where the defending team can occasionally come back and really ruin your day as an attacker. So I think that's a fine commitment overall. They've got plenty of time in streets to build up, especially with the Ant Matrix and the Supercharger. I mean, that's tons of opportunity for their DPS to build up their ultimates again really fast. So Kratos in a good spot here, but Triumph no slouches either. The Supercharger for them could do the exact same thing. It just depends on how much value they can get out of it.
Immortality Field, of course, important to look for when those Superchargers come out. How is the focus fire for getting that down? Nas right now has to be careful that he doesn't get focused down before this fight actually gets going. And now you have that Supercharger coming through. Default, though, is already gone. Immortality Field too late, and it's a perfect cleanup from Triumph.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think it's a bit of a gaffe for Kratos not to be aware of where Nos was on that Genji, because he literally just teleports behind them, and it's nothing personal to him. So it's simple enough for him to just start dashing through, focus down the Immortality Field that obviously comes out right away. He doesn't even need to use the blade for that. His team just walks forward once he's done the work of softening them up. And that's a great first defense for them. Pulls out ultimates, super clean, economical fight. Now they get to go again.
That what you said just made me think of like the tip of the fedora, glint of a blade, and he says nothing personal, kid. That's exactly what just happened.
While you were studying, Nos has practiced the blade.
He was studying the blade, and now his team has a good defensive hold going forward. 3.5 minutes, though, still on the clock for Kratos. But they lose Bork, and they lose one of those main tanks that are super important at keeping this going, and they have to back up once again.
Would you say he got borked? Is that appropriate in this?
I would say it's appropriate, yeah.
Okay. So, yeah.
We lost our producer,
a great early pick on that one, I would say. And another, I mean, there's not much else to say past that. It's a pick. It just cleanly wins in the fight here, and Kratos are scratching their heads, trying to figure out how do we contest this.
They have the blade, so that's an option for them. Amplification Matrix coming out, though, in answer. Valen shooting through that. You know, neither Ant Matrix doing a whole heck of a lot. It's a bit of a stalemate at this point. But now the big boy ultimates start to come out. Gravitic Flux is used on either side. Many players pulled up on either side, but Gunther is able to take care of Nas. Maxwell, nothing from the blade, though. You have an advantage, but all it's going to do is allow the cart to move a little bit.
Yeah, Immortality Field difference there, but that said, I think after that's gone, Kratos definitely had the advantage here as they start to clean up. They were able to split up Triumph enough to really pick apart the front line.
You do still have another opportunity to defend, though, for Triumph on this point. Still have a bit of a distance to go for the cart, and they finally get 3 on there now. We're trying to set up on this high ground with that Bob that Default is going to have. Throws the dynamite out, will get a little bit of extra damage onto some players, make them focus on that healing. Out comes the halt. Maxwell very close to another blade, so even though he didn't get much on that last one, going to have a chance here very soon. Bob taking care of those players that are coming through. Amplification Matrix on the high ground to stall them even more. And now the Supercharger coming out, but it's not going to matter. This is so good for the side of Kratos.
Oh yeah, I mean, Triumph are really forced, like, okay, we have to run under all this amplified fire to even get to the point and have any sort of defense at all. And Maxwell just said, sure, go ahead. I'll clean you up. That'll be easy. I'm not really sure what Vigilante's going for here. I think he got backspun. My bad. Yeah, that one's rough. You just kind of walk up and deal what damage you can, build up your ultimate and die. So now Kratos have a pretty free run of this first corner or two, which can be a very difficult part to push through. So that's a big up for them as try and reset their defense off that staggered spawn.
Then it becomes harder for the defense to hold past those corners, too. Gravitic Flux is out once again from both sides. Out comes the blade, too, from Maxwell. Has to be careful to avoid the damage. Swiping through one, losing his life as a result, though. A fight slightly in favor of Cratos, but backing up his Triumph to make sure that they can have one more contest.
And the spawn advantages will start to favor Triumph, but not if they die in a staggered fashion. There's not too much time coming out here for Cratos. That said, they still have an opportunity to finish this with time. A Bob, a Supercharger, and both support ults coming out. Let's look and see how much they can amplify that push. Otherwise, they might fall a little short.
Well, Bob out at the beginning. Amplification Matrix to follow up quickly after, and it's too much. The blade from Nas has to be massive. He gets 2 with the help of Valen, but it's not enough. The Supercharger damage coming through for Cratos, keeping them in front. Valen still firing from the back, though, trying to keep them in this for Triumph. Gravitic Flux out to pull players off, and the Gravitic Flux, massive for Triumph coming back in.
Great flux, but Valen being able to hang out in the backline uncontested, he built up so much ultimate percentage off of that because no one was going to tell him no. Now Nos over on the Doomfist, and this is a great chance for them to really stop this like disruptive, sneak the card in sort of composition that Cratos tried to bring in that last second.
And Cratos can do nothing but die to rocket punches in Nos, showing us a little bit here on the Doomfist at the end, throws the player off the edge. But that's it. That's all it was. It wasn't enough, and Cratos will not be able to finish the map here. So if we get a draw on this map, I'll be really impressed now.
You know, it could happen. I think I have a bet with somebody about if there's a draw on Escort or Hybrid that isn't focused on the first point, obviously, like a draw because the cart. I frankly don't know if it's mathematically possible in this case, but hey, man. Anything can happen. Any given, what's today? Wednesday?
Yeah. Today's Wednesday, the 5th of August. We're in August already.
Will Wednesday, August the 5th, 2020 be a day that goes down in Overwatch history as the first hybrid draw on a payload phase?
If it is, it's the first one that I'll have ever seen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Let's make some bets. What happens? Well, so if
not
there's
betting
a draw,
anything.
No, I want to bet. This will be so much fun. Come on.
I am not an idiot, though, is the problem. I'm not the right person for this. I'm a degenerate, but I'm not that dumb of a degenerate.
Our producer is yelling at us, but like we could do spicy foods. We probably shouldn't do like the I'll eat a jersey. I don't know how that's physically possible, and it's probably very dangerous. We could do donations for charity. I don't know. I haven't even talked about the match. I'm very sorry about that. Mirror's coming out. It's exactly what we expected. Triumph on their attack. They're going to try and cap the point and push the cart. There you go. There's your color.
Listen,
come on, man. The cinnamon challenge.
We'll do $20 to charity. How about that?
Sure.
Let's just do that. Charity of whoever loses picks the charity. I don't think we're getting a draw.
So I donate if there's a draw, and you donate if there's not, or the other way.
Yes, you donate if you're going to be donating is what's going to happen. That's my guess at least. Maxwell on the flank in the meantime, building up towards that Dragon Blade while Triumph gets aggressive and pushes it in very quickly on to this point, and they are going to open this payload up very fast in a very quick fashion.
Weirdly, they applied their first point defense strategy to their first point offense, which is just walk past their shield and start swinging. It's very Goats-esque, which is interesting to pull off in a composition like this. When you have a Genji dashing through and Brigitte the Tracer Eraser over there, it's hard not to see that working. So good on them for that quick cap. Now they have all the time in the world to start setting up their attack on street phase as Cratos set up their high ground defense.
I like the Tracer Eraser, by the way. I think that's
from Hex. That's a Hex. You can thank him for that.
Hex is great. Hex is an awesome dude. I need to talk to that guy again. It's been a little bit. What hasn't been a little bit is Maxwell getting up to a blade. He just builds them so fast, has one available here for the straight phase. And, well, Amplification Matrix is going to be out first, and now the blades will come out. Both Genji swiping through, both getting a lot of players. It's about the follow-up afterwards, but Maxwell maybe getting a little bit more, and then gets the kill after the blade's over.
That said, cart's moving. Valen's hanging out. not a care in the world. Maxwell coming back uses the deflect though.
So it's always weird when there's just a DPS and a DPS left, right? Like,
those are the best though. It's just that 1v1, like you versus me, buddy. Who's gonna come out here? Either I force you away or one of us dies. And so far the former happened there. But Triumph already back at it and pushing the cart.
Yeah, so now they can finally maybe push out of this dangerous area, but Maxwell just jumps down from above, gets the elimination, loses his own life, but all of that consistent damage is gone, and now the Hulk Gravitic Flux grabs a ton. Good void of the accretion rock too by Crawley to keep this going for Cratos.
Yeah, I mean, good dodge there. Maxwell getting a little greedy might prove to be an opening for Triumph here as Nos starts moving through and the Immortality Gold goes down. That said, Crowley making me eat my words. He is apparently pretty good at the video game and has just decided to kill everybody on the other team with some help from 6 feet.
Famous last words of a caster saying that this thing was happening, and then it turns out the other team says, nope, that's not what's happening.
Yeah, I'll learn my lesson one of these days. In the meantime, we have some decent ultimates here building up from Cratos, but 2 online, 3 online, frankly, for Triumph already. We could see an amped up Bob or a combo with the Gravitic Flux. Bob can do a lot of work when everyone's floating in the air.
Bob's in this game have been doing pretty good too. And now we have a mishmash of ultimates. Gravitic Flux from coming out, slams those players down. Immortality Field there to answer. Maxwell has a blade again, but doesn't really need it. His team cleaning up just fine. They do lose 2 to Valen, but one of those was Bob. So you'll take the Bob trade like that where your team's out in front.
Yeah, the sacrificial lamb strategy is not an ineffective one for Ashe players out there. Bob did his duty. He took up space and ate up damage. And at the end of the day, that's sometimes all you can ask. You don't want to ask that, though, of your Genji players as both of them go down.
That was a good rock, too. Like,
oh,
that's a, like when rock goes up high in the air like that, you don't expect anything from it. But you get a Genji, too, and now you have an advantage, and you can start pushing the card if you're Triumph. They have a good chance to maybe finish this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think the spawns at this point will still favor Triumph until they get a little further into Street Phase, so they have the opportunity to move forward on it.
And now their Gravitic Flux out from Crowley. Maxwell going down, though, while he was using the blade. Green light for Nas to use his, and it's better from Triumph, and they will get this map. They will open up this final part of the map.
Yeah, I mean, just Maxwell's been starting to get picked off a little too early for my liking. The key part of being a damage dealer is to stay alive and deal damage. We're gone for full circle to John Madden here. But him getting picked off is such a huge blow to Kratos' strategy. Your Genji is your linchpin. You need him alive to execute these plays. And using an ultimate while dying, it's even worse.
And they are able to at least stabilize, stop this cart just beforehand because of how close the spawn is. So he dies early, his team bails him out by keeping this going, but now they can re-engage for Triumph, baiting out those ultimates, and they're just cleaning up.
Yeah, I mean, another early pick, default going down early, was exactly the go button that Triumph needed, and they're pushing the cart while they're cleaning up this fight. Everyone was kind of sequestered into that low ground, like passageway, hallway of sorts, and that's the perfect stomping ground for people like Valen and Nox. Very simple for them to walk in, clean up, and now just like Kratos on their attack, they have free run of these first couple turns, and there's a very clear win condition in sight.
Very clear, very easy for them to do this. They do have a little bit of time left to still make this possible. They've set themselves up on that high ground with that amplification matrix too to force back Cratos. Cratos has to wait out this amp matrix, which will allow that cart to get around those corners before they can come in and contest. Now's the opportunity for Cratos to start getting aggressive, and that's what you'll see them do here eventually. They're actually going to just stay back. They're going to hold back still.
I think they want to set up for at least one last hold. They want to be as well positioned as they can and establish their tank line in this sort of fan-out position, giving cover to default as they plan for that engage.
Well, the engage coming through from Nas, the blade not hitting Pater just yet. Instead gets pulled into the Gravitic Flux Accretion Rock out next. Players getting extremely low on Triumph, and Krawi able to push through, and his DPS follows through after he goes to finish this fight off and stop that cart just short.
Great lamp from Vigilante there to save Nos while it was able to live anyway. But as soon as they burned through that, everyone from Triumph was just a little too low and a little too easy to cleave down. Not much time left now. Kratos are coming online with quite a few ultimates, and Triumph don't have anything right now. They can build up in this last 60 seconds, but they're going to need to try and pull as many ults from Kratos as possible and then go for one last fight, I think. If I'm Triumph, that's the call I'm trying to make, because otherwise they're at a significant disadvantage.
Well, Blade coming out as those players were coming from behind. Maxwell, though, goes down to the dash instead. Supercharger in response. Borkin able to even this back up, and Default just shooting through, killing so many players, keeping them in front for Cratos.
I mean, it was a nice start to that fight for Triumph, but ultimately it was just a shooting gallery at that point. The window coming out from 6 feet gave so much value for Default, who was just able to stand back and do whatever he wanted. Now, though, Nos has this Blade, and there's not too much to counter him, except maybe the flux coming out from Crowley. So if they move fast, they could take advantage of their temporary ult advantage, and maybe try and set up one last push as time expires.
Crowley has to build up to that ultimate too. Just about to get it online now. And you already lose your Orisa at the beginning. Gravitic Flux up next. Pulling players in. Nas out with the Blade. Needs to be big. Finds Maxwell. Dashes through another. 2 down. Gets stunned up. Able to stay alive. Now trying to get back in. The Gravitic Flux from off to follow up afterwards.
Ooh.
And they get off the cart. Triumph ties it up 2-2.
The classic Sig9. What more can you say? I mean, such a chaotic last fight. You start a man down for Triumph. Niche just falls early. I think he just got caught out, while he was trying to rotate forward. So what did Triumph do at that point? They have no time to back up. All they have is all they have. So they walk forward, they press all their buttons. They have that classic last fight in a ranked game type of mentality, but that ends up working out for them. I think that aggression helped them just understand, hey, we just need to move past everything they've got here and just slam the go button. We have no other option here. Now we're going on to Oasis, which is another, I imagine, that favors total chaos. So Triumph have seemed to be thriving in that sort of scenario. I'm curious to see if they can start bringing this back or not.
What do you think of a map where you can play dive sort of stuff? Like City Center is definitely something where you can do something like that. Library just kind of lets you do whatever, right? Or University. I said library.
Yeah, University's very open, but I think that'll be more of a mirror-focused composition. I mean, who knows, right? Triumph love to throw stuff out there in this game, at least at seemingly the weirdest times. Go ahead.
I was gonna say this feels like the map though, where like the standard composition is what map is it really good on is more of the thing.
Right.
Maybe Gardens, and even there you have Vera. That's an option. Like there's so much.
Gardens certainly, but this could be a Junkertown situation where Triumph come out with the dive or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sure. Kratos swap over to the Torpedo. All right, fine. We'll swap over to the Echo. You know, there's tons of options for them, and on Oasis especially. Symmetra occasionally gets some play. Pharah or Echo could see some play. You could see, we're seeing the Ana, the same sort of dive sort of composition for Triumph coming out. This is certainly a viable option for them. Off could swap to the Zarya at some point if he wanted to. Maybe on a map more like University than City Center, I would say. We've got, there's a lot of potential here on Oasis.
Well, the one thing we know for sure is they speed out and will use the teleporter. Default will switch over to the Ashe. That's the choice, at least here for City Center for Kratos. On the other side for Triumph, dive. Dive, baby, dive.
Very interesting. The Tracer versus Ashe is different for sure. I think Triumph are trying something that Kratos tried on Busan first.
Well, it's not working. That's the one thing we're seeing here. All going according to plan for Kratos. This Triumph will have their Wrecking Ball stall for as long as possible before they have to give this up. Now they got their Tracer coming back in, but already having to recall. They're now, they do give it up eventually, but their DPS was there. And Nos now is got to just try and survive and manages to barely do so.
By the skin of his teeth. I mean, that stall does get them an extra, or rather denies Kratos 5% or so, but odd falling early, or off falling early, excuse me. That's rough.
falling early is rough for sure. And Triumph, though, not phased by it at all. Behind the back of their Tracer and their Genji are starting to turn this around. Maxwell, though, trying to answer back with his Dragon Blade, keeps it at least even on this point. They're going to concede this, it looks like, from Cratos. No, they are going to keep the stall going down. Default has switched over to the McCree, too. And now the blade from Nos comes out next, swipes through Default, and now looks towards the tanks. And now the Brigitte gets stunned out, but did the damage needed to get this flip eventually over.
6 feet winning the 1v1. Nos was low, though, at least. I think Triumph can start to try and take this, but the stall coming out can be so intense on City Center, so they're really going to have to try and win this decisively. There we go. I think the swap to McCree worked really well last time, and it's certainly holding its weight now. Default is dealing tons of damage, keeping off Honest, and that Deadeye will provide even more forced honesty, because you really can't be running around too much when a McCree can really stop you flat and then just take you out no matter how much health you've had. So Triumph have to approach this very carefully, maybe try and use their Primal Rage to disrupt Default and let Off do his thing, build up his mines, and generally wreak havoc.
Which Off has done very effectively on that Wrecking Ball up until this point. Kind of just waiting now is Valen on that Tracer, but in the meantime, now you have that Primal Rage coming through, disrupting the back line, pushing players around. Default the player specifically that gets targeted, just like you said. And it works out very well for Triumph. This is going to even things up a little bit here, too.
I'm predicting things weirdly well, and I didn't want to call it out, but I'm kind of calling it out because it's just weird at this point. I'm very glad that went the way it did, though, because I think for Triumph, that's the most economical way to win that fight. You engage with the mines. Default backs up because he's McCree, and he doesn't want to be exploded. He already lost his arm. Then Niche activates the Primal Rage, just forces him away, lets Off do his thing. They clean up that fight. I think that was a great approach for Triumph, and it was very effective overall.
They've entered into the realm of anti-dive, but it doesn't matter when the Blade gets the triple kill from Nos.
Ooh, that was just yummy. I think that was 3 kills in 1 strike. And then the Amp Matrix came, and then the Immortality Field came out. Not really the value you want to be getting off of that if you're 6 feet, but hey, that's one of those fights where you lose it so fast that you can't really spend too much. So they have that at least. They hold on to the Deadeye, and they have a Flux coming online. Triumph don't have much, but this is entering last fight territory.
Yes, if Triumph wins here, we move on to the next point and see if this is going to be their win. For now, though, Nos tries to get out, gets stunned up, manages to survive for a moment, but Maxwell will take him down. Default still with that Deadeye, just holding onto it, trying to stay alive, super low, gets taken down. Too much happening from Valen, gets the double kill, and Triumph is going to hold here on City Center. Throw out the Pulse Bomb to try and deal with the Wrecking Ball. They just got to make sure they deal with the ball. That's it. That's all you got to do. And there they go.
Yeah, I mean, clean as you like there. Valen kind of popped in that fight.
Yeah.
That was 4 kills I just heard in my ear. I think, like, we love the flashy plays. We love the 3 kills in 1 swing of the Dragon Blade and everything, but Valen has been doing work all series long. Hitting his shots, being in the right place, getting value out of his kit, whatever hero he's playing. And now we're getting into University, which is definitely more of a bog standard mirror. I suppose I predicted that right, too. But we'll have to see here what Nos... He's probably just going to stick with the Genji. But there's an opportunity. I feel the Junkrat, and I would love to see it. But I suppose we'll see.
Well, we'll see if your dreams are a reality or if they're just dreams. By the way, don't forget you got to donate $20 to charity. Just wanted to point that out.
I was really hoping you'd forget that. Okay, moving on. Nos on the Genji, as predicted. This is a bog standard mirror. Triumph, though, moving forward a little more aggressively to start.
Aggression is key. Aggression is key. And for Off, he can just throw those Hyper Seers around the corner. Has to back up to the point now, though. Being kept up very nicely by his team. But Maxwell, in the meantime, trying to flank around. And Valen and co will be able to take him down. Evens things up. And to take starts for Triumph. And this is actually looking like a fight that they might be able to win for Cratos, especially now with the Amplification Matrix.
I think that's a good commitment there. I think they saw blood in the water. They saw the opportunity to recontest. Triumph won't even have that much stall here. This is a pretty good re-engagement. the kamikaze dynamite from Valen. I know I'm going down, but I'm going to try and deal some damage on them. Triumph do have some ultimates in the back, though.
Yeah, try and take out one, right? Like, that's all you can do.
Yeah, you never know, man. You could get lucky.
Yeah.
Like I said, Triumph have both their supportals coming online and Bob. That said, Cratos have a rally and a flux, so plenty of space for them to use those defensively to kind of counter an engagement or some aggression from Triumph as Bob comes out. Not sure where. Oh wait, he's down.
Yeah, just stalling. That's all he's doing. Gravitic Flux is what he's opening up, and now slamming those players down. Nos trying to build up to that blade. Maxwell has his. Might be the opportunity for Maxwell to come in with that, and that's exactly what he does. Dashes through one, a self-destruct on another, and this is a very good blade coming out from the man in white on Cratos.
Yeah, I mean, good win there for Cratos overall. Not to mention, Triumph used both of those support ultimates and the Bob trying to fight that fight. So good disengage from them and good value out of all of their ultimates just to hold Triumph back. Say like, yeah, you're going to try and walk at us, but these ults will not allow that to happen.
Very difficult part of the map right now for Triumph, that's for sure. They do avoid the supercharger at the very least, so that's one ultimate out of the way that they don't have to deal with anymore. But they do get hit with a dynamite right at the end of that, so now they've got that damage ticking onto them that they have to try and deal with, and now an amplification matrix that they're going to walk right into.
I feel like 6 Feet is building these so quickly. He has them like every fight.
And he just continues to at least keep pressure on, but off, not done yet. Nos in the air swinging at players. And there's the opportunity to take this point back for Triumph.
With the very flashy deflect in midair. You love to see that. Triumph, though, yeah, they retake it, but they're still in a pretty rough spot. They need to make these ults last because Cratos are at 99%, and they would love to take the 2-0 right here and close this series out. The Bob and the Blade coming from Cratos could be enough, but if I'm them, I think I wait. I try and build up my tank ultimates and at least one support ultimate, and then draw something out from Triumph as well. Get the supercharger out, get the window out, get both. Why not?
Well, yeah, I was going to say, already getting one out in that amplification matrix. Nos just throwing those shurikens through, and there's a Bob in reply too, but the Bob really doesn't do anything except, you know, he tries to do something, but what can you really do?
I mean, going back to our prior discussion, dying counts as something. So he did something.
True.
Just not really what Cratos wanted. That was ambitious. I definitely think I would have preferred to see them like hold those ultimates, just try and go for an eco push, get what you can out of Triumph. But I guess Default saw a window or thought that the disruption Bob could offer would give them an opening somehow. So far, not the case. Valen is just running rampant here in the back.
He did see a window. It was just the enemy's window, literally, the amplification matrix, and maybe mistake the two. But what's no mistake is everybody going down on the side of Cratos again. Maxwell using the blade, though, trying to get them back into this as they still have some players left alive. Probably pushing on to the point this is a fight that they think they can win, but it's not going their way. Time is running out. Cratos losing out on players. They've got to try and get there now. Overtime meter just gets going. Only the wrecking ball on. Blade gets used by Nos. Waiting to see who's going to come onto the point. Quickly swipes through one. And this is their fight to lose for Triumph.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a come at me, bro, sort of Blade, but it does get the value. The cleanup kills coming out here, but the boot? No, I think this one's done and dusted. I don't want to curse it.
Done and dusted, it looks to be for sure, and it is. And Triumph come back to win this one 3-2, winning the last two maps to make that one happen. A super, super good game from them. They showed us some different stuff, too, to be able to win this one versus Cratos.
I'm loving the versatility that we saw from them pretty much all day. I think Triumph's gone through a lot of changes lately. Obviously, they are far different than the Triumph of old or any of the Triumphs of old. I think one of the big swaps, though, one that we haven't talked about all day, is a coaching swap. Nomi is actually their current head coach. And it's clear from the depth of strategy, I think, that these guys are willing to pull out, even when they're down and on match point. I think that speaks to a very confident coach and a team of players that really trust the strategies they're developing. And while it was not the most perfect polished performance, they did lose 2 maps, and they've been playing map 5s pretty consistently lately. I think that's the beginning of something that could become really, really strong. I would like seeing what we saw out of them strictly because they weren't afraid to adapt and try things that are different from the meta. When a meta like this is very, very strong right now.
It makes a difference as far as what's going to be happening here towards the end of trials. Because if you think about it, as far as the standings are concerned now, with the loss there from Kratos, like that puts them into an even spot as far as the actual
Standings
actual win
is the
loss.
word. You're
The map
Oh,
differential.
the differential. Yes, that is very true.
But
Yeah,
but
I mean,
but still, like the fact that it's now within 2 for them and the record is the same bodes well for Triumph that they can win out.
it's huge. I mean, it's so huge. If they went down 1-2, and they would have been just above, or would have been tied with Lunaris, actually, looking at these standings. So having that win in this like midweek sort of scenario where they really need to stay in that running to try and make it out of this group in the first place is really, really big for them. They really needed that sort of game. They would have loved to seen it maybe a little bit cleaner overall, but a win's a win.
A win is a win, and it puts them in a good spot as far as the standings are concerned. Getting into contenders, still a possibility for both Kratos and Triumph. But that's going to do it for the games that we have today. I want to say thanks to our production crew who were through all the craziness that happened with both streams today. Apparently, today was just the day where blame the tropical storms. That's what I'm doing at
Hmm.
the very least, because things have been nuts, but we were able to do all of these games for you, and we're glad. So we thank Evie. We thank everybody else who makes this happen in behind. We also had for both you and me, as far as producers, we also had a little bit earlier first night of night. So we've had a good group of people here today, and everyone else who makes this possible. But any final thoughts, Thibble?
I like Overwatch. It's a fun video game. It's great.
It is.
I'm gonna go pick a charity to donate $20 to, I guess. Which, whatever, it's worth it. It's for charity. I guess that's fine.
I've got some places for you to maybe think about too. So, but
Yeah.
good day today. We get some money donated to charity.
I mean,
So,
and great games in general, right?
Listen.
I mean, that's the kind of Overwatch you really love to see.
here's what
I'm
I'll
very
do. I'll match you with your donation. So we'll both throw in $20
You're
and we'll
cool.
go donate for something. So we thank you so much for watching, though. That's gonna do it here for us. We're gonna go donate some money to charity. If you want to join us, go ahead. See you next time.
Bye, guys.